Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, April the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, a moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Great, thank you. All right, what is happening this morning? I guess on a bigger company note, J&J. So they've come to an agreement with their lawsuit against their talcum powder product. Looks like it's $8.9 billion payout over 25 years. Okay, so J&J has a pump from or a jump from that one, from that press release this morning, or I guess it was after hours yesterday. And I'm noticing some of the analysts are piling in now, putting $85 to $95 price targets on J&J. So that is J&J. And just a quick look at AI. I still don't see any defense from the company that has come out. So I guess the deal is that AI has billed themselves as a software as a subscription company, and the short seller came out and said, no, 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 that's not what these guys are. They're on a contract basis. So there's a big difference. I guess there is a big difference in the valuation. So that's the deal with AI, but it has not recovered yet at all. Now, okay, let me maybe try to help helps or helps helps help helps. All right, IFRX, what a move it had yesterday, guys. I have to admit, I took a little bit of this, just it was late in the day. This was just as I was closing the room down, right around here. And I took a little bit of this, but it was just like a very, very quick trade. And then it kept moving higher and higher and higher. Unbelievable. So, I mean, this came from $2 and it got up to what, almost $5. And it's still hanging in there. They did have some news. I think actually the news yesterday. Hmm. Okay, I must have read that wrong. I thought it was just for Europe yesterday, but now but I guess it was for the US yesterday also. It's a COVID play. All right. So still strong. 37 million German company. Thank you, Les in YouTube. LMNC. I'm not going to talk too much about it. This is an unsolicited bid for them. I want to say it as $7.50. Oh no, have I typed in the wrong symbol again? Don't let LMNL. I don't know why. Oh, I see. No, I don't think so. That L looked like a C on my paper. I'm sure I typed it in right. Okay. Anyway, I think the bid is at 750, but it's unsolicited. Confirms receipt of unsolicited, non-binding transaction proposal. Um, so 750 in cash and cash per share. Okay. Anyway, it's unsolicited. Mhm. DLO, not too many earnings plays, guys, but this is an earnings play. DLO is an earnings play. Not too many. This is gap down on earnings. Released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that move area. So you can see the reaction. Not really a huge reaction, but this morning is the bigger reaction to earnings. That's DLO. Near, what a horrible one. NIR. I almost took this. I almost took this one, guys. This is a recent SPAC, and boy, it was just running and running and running, signing an eight-figure. I can do the math, so it's at least over $10 million with a retail customer in Europe, unnamed. So it popped up here. I don't even know what the float is. And actually, when I went to the dilution tracker, they don't even have any information on these guys in terms of float. But we'll say it's very low. But anyway, I thought when I looked at this action, I thought maybe they're doing a financing. But then I thought, come on, you're doing a financing. You're only been out for 2.5 weeks. Anyway, I don't know what happened. Just complete and utter profit taking, or maybe some other news is coming. And there were actually some shares available, not many, about 8,000 or so at Interactive Brokers. None now. ATNF. 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 Okay, so this popped up. I don't see any news on it. It popped up, got up to 276. It's pulled back down to 228. Don't see any news on it. This is an earnings play. There wasn't very much volume, but there are very few earnings plays, so this might attract some attention. SMPL, yeah, there was no real volume. Least earnings after hours. Actually, the initial reaction was pretty good, and actually got up to what, $41, back down to 37. So we'll see once the market opens. It's got this area right in here that it could chop around in. FRGT, FRGT, FRGT. Yeah, another one, big pop in the pre-market, 241, giving it up. Had some news, trading higher after the company reports its highest monthly increase in new clients on its whatever this platform does. Now, this is the financing. It's a gap down in financing for PTGX. PTGX, and the financing's at 20, so it's kind of around the financing price. That is for the PTGX. Buru, BURU, was a big mover, and it's pulled back quite a bit. Got up to what, 850 or something. Selected by the Department of Defense for position contract for high energy laser systems. That's about all the news we've got. I think Captain was trying to figure out. Maybe it was some other company you were talking about. Anyway, that's the news on Buru, BURU. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, if it gets rolling again, I mean, look at that float, 3 million in the float. So it's sitting at 616 right now. So the next high looking left is 770. Certainly, it broke through that this morning, got up to 8 something, 836 or so. So there's the next high in the daily chart. So, if it gets going again, hell it is now. Haven't seen this one for a while. This looks like a reverse. This is a reverse split, guys. This had to have had a reverse split because the last time I looked at this one, it was I don't know, 30 or 40 cents. So I don't know when they did a reverse split. There's no way this has had this run. But again, this is one of those companies that banding together to nail the evil naked short sellers. That was the big rage of a couple of months ago. Haven't heard a peep out of them since. So this is interesting. This is not trading anymore. Why did you bring this one up, Captain? This is not trading anymore. Has it changed symbols or? Oh, thank you. I see what you were doing. I see what you were doing. Okay. I apologize. Yeah, because that's the last time it was trading after hours on the 30th. So now it is MCOM. Okay. MCOM. Gotcha. Okay. But I know Hellbiz had to have done a reverse split because the last time I looked, that stock was around 30 or 40 cents. IMUX, IMUX, phase 2B. IMUX is a phase 2B play. Let's see, but it pulled back a lot. Man, that was shortable for me too. So yeah, some news, phase 2B study, but it's pulled back quite a bit. And Palantir, PLTR. A little bit of news this morning. I think they've increased their Microsoft presence, something like that. Expand their strategic cloud partnership with Microsoft. Okay. So that is the news for Palantir this morning, PLTR. I mean, listen, it's a great looking gap if it could keep going. 912 is the next high looking left. After that, 975. I have my doubts. No, I didn't look at for the last few days. I haven't looked at Wall or, the rest of the rest of the banks that just been kind of settling down a little bit here, but Wall is starting to get a little bit weak, looking at maybe a 30 break. Pali guys, Pali, Pali. So, yeah, a couple of days ago, they had a huge pop, then a drop, but they have now said that they've announced the enrollment of their first patient in a phase 3 clinical trial, which also triggered some kind of a milestone payment. That's what I read somewhere. Enrollment triggers milestone payment. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. Okay, so anyway, PALI, PALI probably is going to get super active again today. The next high for it to try to take out would be 249 at 225. And of course, if it can do that, then you've got 365 way up here. All right, now let me take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com, see if there's anything interesting. Very disappointing one from yesterday, the Goldman one. Again, we've got way more upgrades and downgrades. CRBG, that was the one. I'm going to take a look at CRBG today, if it has any sort of recovery. That was the upgrade from Goldman yesterday, but maybe the overall market just didn't allow it to move. But it was a pretty big sell-off. Wall probably is underneath 30 now, guys. Yeah, 29.85 or so, and on the way down. All right, let's get some of these upgrades in. The Meta is an upgrade from Argus. All continues down. WAL continues down. FLNC has a upgrade from Guggenheim. I think that is the one I believe last week or the week before that Goldman was all over, but I think around a 28 or price target or so. That was for the FLNT, and on that day, it actually did have a couple of dollar pop. Aha, okay, Bros from Wedbush. We haven't seen too much activity or good activity from Wedbush. Let's take a look at Bros, BROS. Okay, what is Bros doing? We have a Wedbush upgrade. Vote for form and a price target of 37. Come on, Wedbush. You want to get us interested, put a like a 65 or something. But anyway, there it is. And 200-day moving average has got to get through that. All right, the MCOM, the Hellbiz MCOM. Now it is starting to move. It's a high 346 yesterday. I'm sorry, the day before. All right, let me get the downgrades in. Again, I post them into our Discord room first, and then I copy and paste them into the main room. So I know somebody said, where are they? Give me a moment. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get them in now. Meanwhile, yeah, I was just going to say IFRX, just check out the high. Just check out, I think, the post-market high yesterday, I think. So this one is still alive. Look at this, what a move. I was actually I was looking to short this one. There were shorts available when I looked. There were some shorts available when it broke down through the 200-day moving average at 445, and I missed it. It did get down to four, popped right back up. So if I had shorted it, if I had been able to short it at a decent price, it would have been just a very quick one, that's for sure, because then it popped right back up through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, this one's been around for a long time. Well, quite a while anyway. Let's take a look for it. Yeah, I mean, it's been around since, oops, I mean, I'm going back to 2017. Yeah, this has been around for quite a while, so I don't think this was a SPAC. Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought somebody said they thought this was a SPAC, IFRX, but it is not, or was a SPAC. Well, on the weekly chart, the next high is 499, and then after that, it is 540. So, I mean, in theory, it still has some room. Okay, so we're in for a mildly negative open. Let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. Click on show more, and then sector status. And there should all be mildly negative. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. You know what? I'm going to ask, what would we get rid of? See SMH added here, but we don't want to, let me see, just give me a moment, okay? me a moment, guys. Okay, so these are the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 42% in green, 57% in red. So the 42% in green, what does that mean? It means that 42% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And you can see that, of course, it's going to move. Now it's dropped down to 36%. So is there a strong sector as we speak? And the answer is no. There is nothing that's over 50%. Okay, nothing is over 50%. So no strong sector to start the day. Now, of interest, let's take a look at how they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. XLE I think after yesterday, yeah, it's starting to drift down again towards that 200-day moving average after popping through it about 3 days ago. XRT retail, that was just sitting on it. Yeah, just sitting on it the day before, but a little bit below, and now it looks like it's going to move back down below the 200-day. Healthcare, or sorry, consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, again, safely above. Healthcare was flirting with it, XLV. Yeah, so still a little bit above it. You look at industrials, XLI, sinking a little bit, but still above it. Financials, that's the one, guys. One day, one day we may get back over that 200-day moving average, but not today. Consumers discretionary, XLY, still a little bit above. XLB materials, yeah, hanging above. And then communications and check, well above and moving away. Even on the down day yesterday, look at communications and XLK. Well, I'm hearing PACW, guys, PACW. So regional banks in play again. XLK, again, safely above it. So you know what? There is really, as far as I can see, far as I can see, there's only one major sector that is below the 200-day, and that's retail. And it's just, hovering at it. And then, take a look at semis, SMH, well above it, well above it. It's been kind of been the star. Okay, you want my, okay, I see you want my thoughts on GMVD. I haven't seen it at all. So not today anyway, GMVD. I am familiar with the symbol. Yeah, so I don't look at stocks under a dollar. Okay, that's number one. I have really no feelings for it whatsoever. I mean, a couple of days ago, yeah, I got up to 317, but I don't know, did they do a financing? Yeah, they're doing a financing. They did a financing. When did they announce that? They announced a financing, a 12 million share financing at 80 cents. So it's a financing play right now. So, but it has been moving down ever since the highs there. I mean, underneath a dollar again. This, I think if I can remember, this was a real listen. A lot of these little ones are all pumps anyway, but I think this was a really bad one, pumped by some group. Okay, so I'd be steering clear. Meanwhile, IFRX is now over 5, clearing 5. And what did I say was the next high looking left? 540 is the next high looking left. But I do remember that GMVD. If I went back, if I can bring out a big chart. Let's bring out a big chart window and take a look at GMVD because I remember that in the pre-market, it just absolutely ripped higher. Hmm. There was, might have been this, it was some pre-market action and it was just soaring and soaring and soaring. Then it just absolutely, utterly collapsed. I don't think it was this day. I'm having a hard time figuring what day it was. It was pre-market action. Anyway, I'd steer clear of it. Now, I see the question about momentum. First of all, if you were in the room yesterday, or in the YouTube room yesterday, you know, Michael Noss always is going to nag for 1 hour about having a trading plan. And one of the ideas of a trading plan is figuring out kind of your psyche, you know? Not every, sometimes momentum trading, it may not suit. I'm not just talking to you, Carlos. I'm just talking in general. It may not suit your personality. Might not make sense to you. Maybe you're somebody who thinks, well, it makes more sense to me to wait for a pullback to a certain maybe moving average or to the VWAP or something like that. But I think there's also a misunderstanding about momentum trading. Momentum trading doesn't mean when you see a stock moving higher and higher and higher, you just sort of close your eyes and take the trade. For me, momentum trading would be like this, quite frankly. Here's a stock that was just kind of, hanging around that 4 level, and then all of a sudden on volume, it pushes. I'm not in this, but as an example, and it pushes through that 5, and when you look left, it has some room. That to me is my style of momentum trading. It's not just chasing a stock because it's going higher. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. It really isn't. And I understand. There's no right or wrong. I mean, there's no way I'm going to say yes, everybody should be a momentum trader. Of course not. But for me, the people ask me what's my most important time frame. Almost the daily chart, because if I'm going to look at something, most of the time the things I'm looking at are near the high of the day. So where could they keep going before they hit the next high? Well, the only way I'm going to know that is by looking at a daily chart. And if I can't see, like look at IFRX. If I look left right now on this daily chart, I can't see anything. Yes, I could start to expand it, but that's when I start looking at a weekly chart to see, okay, then I can see something looking left. Well, yeah, I mean that's why you can practice. You can maybe the low, the previous 5 minute candle, maybe down to some moving average. That's what you have to practice. And my assistant has not told me that the market opens in less than a minute. In fact, it opens in 5 seconds, guys. So I'm going to get rid of this and wait for this open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. So the same thing's happening today. I'm not getting any stocks meeting the filter requirements. If I open the top list, it's blank. So that's why we're seeing this flashing here. Oh, there's no PS 25. There's no average, or it really depends on the stock. And depending on the stock, meaning, if it's a real low float situation that, stock pops immediately and I was lucky enough to get in quickly, I would probably be taking some profit pretty quickly. Okay, so there's no average. Boy, this is 2 days in a row, no data. Boy, this IFRX halted, just got halted right at that level, guys, right at that high. 557 is at 562. I mean, the next high after that is 557. Sorry, the next high is 550. Well, it's at 557. The next high after that, well, it's really at this. I mean, really, the next high in the weekly chart is now 625. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Wow. Might have to make some changes here. I mean, it's not that bad. 500,000 shares, up 2%. Not that the market is collapsing here. So a race will begin based on the top of the symbols that are in this top list, but you can see right now, nothing in it. So that's why the race, as I was saying, no data. That happened yesterday too, but about 5 minutes after the market opened, we started to get some data. Meanwhile, the beleaguered AI. Yeah, there's no question. The first 15 minutes, certainly the most active, but there's a reason I don't trade. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, even though I've been trading for a long time. I just find things are just way too whippy. And sure, you time something right and you find a runner that keeps going, great. But many times unfortunately, out of bad experiences of trying to take something right on the open, stock whips up and you go, yay, and then it comes right back down. Ooh, boy, guys, this might be the day. GME. I've been waiting for this 22 break. And with that float, the 3 million in the float, let's see if there's anything yet. There we go. So now we're gonna start getting some stocks in here now. Okay, guys. Now I am really watching GME. I've been talking about this one as a short underneath 22. I mean, it's just there now. I don't mean, and listen, you don't have to do what I do, of course, but why am I mean, look at this daily chart. Look how many times it sort of got stopped at 22-ish. And now if it can really hold under 22, then you look left and the next low is 17-ish. But again, this is a meme stock, and you know they could come out of nowhere. The quote unquote theys could come out of nowhere and start to prop it up. Now there are 295,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. A few days ago, there were none. Hmm. All right, so ATNF. ATNF is on the move here, guys. So I had my doubts about it. It hit 274 in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down here to $2. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on it. It's a low float, 1.7 million in the float. When you look left, to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around the between 280 and 3 for ATNF. And IFRX is now resumed. So the big thing is, can it get through? There's the next high looking left around 570 actually. For what did it get up to? Get up to 562. So it approached that weekly high. There it goes, guys. IFRX on the move here. Definitely, it appears that that is legitimate news from yesterday. All right, GME kind of holding tough underneath 22. Waiting for another, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes, see if it really holds under 22 and starts to move down. Oh, okay. AI is having a little bit of a pop here, guys. AI, keep looking to see when they're going to come out and try to defend themselves against that Carousdale report from yesterday. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert at the high of the day, which is looks like around 24.75, and see if it takes that out. And no, there it is. Just took it out. By the way, you see how that works? See how I put a price alert on right on the chart, and when it triggered, my price alert window popped up on my screen, and you can see because I've got it sorted on the triggered time. You'll see the last one right at the top. All right, Buru BURU is looks like it's toast right now. Okay, one moment. Okay, guys, so if AI has any sort of a resurgence, keep an eye on the GFAI. Okay, if AI has any sort of resurgence, maybe keep an eye on this. It's still negative for the day, but it looks almost like the AI 15-minute candle. So what you're seeing here, guys, this is a short I took in GME and the there. And by the way, there goes GFAI. This is a short I took in GME. In the simulator, probably I don't know, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, kept it in. Okay, so this LMNL is an unsolicited bid for them at 750 a share. That's what they claim anyway. Yesterday's star, for a while anyway, BFRG, which seemed to have really, really good news, AI news, is just getting hammered. A big sell-off yesterday, big sell-off, got up to 950, right back down to 592. Okay, so I do see that it is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, but I don't know about it. This is a LMNL. So you can see Burrow right at the very beginning at 6, but again, too early. What did it get to though? I mean, it got to 637, but that would have been so quick. The IFRX, of course, a lot better. 546, got up to 592, still looks interesting. And then you have this one, LMNL. Again, I just think that this is just an unsolicited bid for this company at 750. All right, guys, I'm getting more and more interested in GME as it's holding under 22. Well, look, LMNL is moving. Again, it looks like 750 was the confirms receipt of a $750 a share unsolicited non-binding transaction proposal. RGP, wow, that showed up on the AI. I don't know how easy it would have been to get at 1535. It's not a good spread. This just cratered downwards here. RGP. This is not shortable for me. LMNL is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. We have YS on the way up, guys. YS is on the way up. Look at this move here for YS Biopharma. Screaming higher. No action in the pre-market at all. I mean, there's some action, but just sort of chopping around. Market open though. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for YS. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for YS. Probably a low float China stock, 18 million in the float. So, relatively low float. New issue, probably, well, I don't know, is a China stock. So I don't know if that was a SPAC. But it looks like it's around that SPAC area. But anyway, regardless of what it was, next high looking left is 210, I think. But no news that I can see anyway. Okay, guys, I'm in the GME short now. If it gets anywhere close to 22, I'll just back out of it. But I'm in the GME short now. I'm going to wait for that 15 minutes and we'll see what happens. Again, I got to be careful because, of course, the memers could get a hold of it. And again, that is not a recommendation to do the same thing. I think you've heard me talk about this on a 22 break for about a week, almost 2 weeks now. Okay, YS on the move still, guys. YS, I can't see any news for YS. Doesn't mean you can't take the trade, but YS, I don't see any news on it. Low float, relatively low float. I mean, we're getting jaded now. Unless it's like 2 million or less, we don't think it's low float anymore. Was it Mobile Iron or Mobileye? Mobileye on the way down here, guys. Mobileye, MBLY. Okay, guys. Okay, IFRX is still hanging in. Still hanging in. There's not been a big sell-off yet. 593 down to 543, but it's coming back now. Gold, guys, AU, Anglo Gold Ashanti is now, this is a gap up and reverse. Gap up and reverse for AU. Ooh, look at AI now, guys. AI is now still no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. So after that little bit of a flurry up to 20, almost 25, is dropped $1.50. So I guess we just forget about the AI plays now, guys. I mean, I'm looking at GFAI. I'm looking at well, some of the other ones, and they're just the BFRG. Yeah. I see Shady went into IMUX or suggesting a long over 183. I guess it did get there, but this had news. I think it had some news in the pre-market. Yeah, phase 2B. And I think they got some kind of a milestone payment because of it. No, I'm sorry, that was Pali. I'm sorry, that was PALI. I'm sorry. That was not a IMUX. Nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown yet, but we've had some on this. This is the only, but this Buru, I mean, first of all, too early, 9:30. But you know what? Let's stick an alert up here at 6:42. See if it takes it out later on in the day. With that float, anything can happen, and see if that news can sustain. Look at the market, by the way, guys. We've just about gone positive now, just about with the SPY. Dow is positive, Nas is slightly negative. All right, so I see the AI has a short on this simple. And now here's the deal. There's the 200-day moving average, 35.72, and that is basically where it got to, 35.75 before it. Now, if it can take that out with any authority, definitely has some room underneath. That is simple, SMPL. It's an earnings play today. It's a good Canadian company. AEH, kidding, of course. It's a China airline sector. Ugh, ugly. MGRX, Mango. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Mango Ceuticals. Drugs made out of mango? Can't be, of course. Maybe. Who knows? The healing power of mangoes. All right, guys. Now, Buru, B-U-R-U, B-R, excuse me, B-U-R-U. It's had a little pop here, not a little one, a big one, off those lows. Super risky, but it's now back up to that price, the trigger price of $6 from the 10-day daily breakout. So it's back at that price, a little bit over. Well, there it goes, guys. There goes Baru, B-A-U-R-U. For how long? I don't know. It's all about the float. 3.3 million in the float. That's why you get these really dramatic moves. Low supply, high demand. You know what happens. As long as the demand is still strong, price is going to go up. Doesn't matter what commodity you're talking about. But the minute, and you have to watch the volume. You have to watch the volume. You know, the minute that volume just dries up, in other words, the demand, look out. And there it goes, guys. There it goes, Buru. FRGT is coming back. So now there's the VWAP 216. So it's through the VWAP. The next high looking left is 224. So it's at that area. The next high is 234. If it can get through all of that, 270. So this has got a shot. You know, if it's another crazy low float, maybe it may not be that low. That's what our provider has, though. Let me do a quick look at that dilution tracker site. You can see what they've got for it. And the answer is 3 million. Yeah, I think we looked at that before. 3 million in the float, so it's still very low. ELOX pop into halt. I don't have that one at all. ELOX, is it under 20,000 shares? Maybe that's why. ELOX, E-L-O-X. That's the reason. Yeah, under 20,000 shares. So I don't. That's a minimum I've got. Steer clear of these AI plays now, guys. I mean, when this one does this, I think it's pretty futile to try to trade the other ones. Still no word from the company. The guys must be seething. The stock was, $34 2 days ago. Just no shorts of no shorts available for me. Okay, guys, I have actually covered some of my GME, and here's the reason. And I'll be looking to maybe get back in with that position. But here's the reason. Very interesting to me, anyway. There's been a lot of covering. Okay, this is GME. I can't see the symbol, but this is GME. There's 756,000 shares available. When I shorted it, there were something like 300,000 shares available. So there's been a lot of covering. There's been quite a bit of covering. So I decided to do the prudent thing and take some off. Yeah, IFRX is still strong. Yeah, it's still strong. I mean, it's at the high now. Well, not quite 592 is the high. So now the ELOX is showing up because it's over 20,000 shares. Now look at, wow, what a, it got halted again, got halted again. Ooh, DLO, guys. DLO is an earnings play and it is getting hit. Now, the only issue I've got with it is 14. Looks like 14 could. Now that one just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. But as you know, I hate taking stocks close to a whole number. Thoughts on S? I know somebody was talking about SNES in the pre-market. It really, I don't think it came on any one of my scanners. Yeah, so that again, another very, very low float. So my initial thought is you've got to be very careful no matter what you do. It's not shortable for me, so you can't short it. Well, I can't short it, but because of that float, it's obviously incredibly volatile. 269 all the way down to $1.69. That's a mass. Look at the SPY now, by the way. Not that this stock gets affected by the SPY, but look at the SPY now. So there was some news trading higher after announced it signed a distribution agreement with Target Specialty Products for ContraPest. Okay, so it's got some news, but hey, listen, I mean that float, anything can happen. It can be super wild. I mean, if I were going to trade this, it would probably have to get number one, have to get over two. The VWAP's at 203, would have to break that. Maybe even take out 216 and see if it can have a run at the high of the day. But it's whippy and it's speculative. Mm, sugar. I missed the IFRX. Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay, so it popped up through 6 and pulled back a little. And this is not a crazy low float. I mean, 37 million. So it's not one of these crazy low floats. It's just that the news that it came out with yesterday is just, it's still so causing this reaction. E-Trade had IFRX shorts. There were shorts for me in the pre-market for this. And wow, look at this sell-off here in the SPY. All right, GME. Now look at this. Interesting. So there were 800,000 shares. Now there's 577. So there are more people now piling back into the GME short. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this gives me an idea about how many shorts are available, and it's usually real time, and it gets adjusted as well. That number will change, of course. Ooh. Yeah, wall is not looking good. I don't know if it's going to zero, but it is not looking good right now. I mean, look, if it takes out at some point, maybe not today, but 2620, which is the low of about looks like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, that I mean, that would really start it to move down. So same idea as the GME, guys, looking for an area for it to take out. Meanwhile, I missed the boat on IFRX. I wanted to take it in this on that 6 break, but I missed the boat on it. Yeah, this looks like it's halted for sure. It's too tight a spread for it not to be halted. Yeah, it's halted. Okay, simple. Now that when I looked at simple, it was look at this through the 200-day moving average now, guys. Shoot. When you say your buys, you mean your shorts for WAL? All right, don't lose sight of BURU either. I mean, look, if it can get over 7 again, anything can happen with that float. So I'm sticking an alert. May not happen at all today, but if it does later on in the day, we've seen this time and again with these low floaters. Now that's a pretty dramatic pullback now. So again, it may not happen, but there is absolutely no harm in just sticking a price alert at an area. Okay, guys. So FRGT, very choppy, very, very choppy. That low float. Well, let's take a look at it, IFRX to see where it could open. There's really no clue. There's the halt. Can't see the symbol, but that is the halt of it, 658. And this is it stacking up. So the halt was at 10:08 plus 54 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:13 plus 54 seconds. So just 6 seconds before 10:14. Right now we're at 10:12 plus 39 seconds. So a little over a minute before this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. And this number right there is not helping. I mean, it's not really giving us any clue where it's going to open. And again, this blue window that I'm displaying is from Interactive Brokers. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Boy, the short of the day still is AI. If you had shorts available. Wow. I mean, maybe 20 will hold it. Short of the day for me, of course, has been GME as it approaches 21. This DLO is triggering again in my 10-day daily breakdown, but I'm just stubborn. I cannot take it. So close to that whole number. Okay, IFRX gapped up. Okay, gapped up a little bit on that after the halt, and proceeding to just soar and soar. I'm going to have to back this weekly chart out to see where 746 is the next high. That's back in 2020. Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's why you've got to be so careful. Even that float, I mean, 37 million. I mean, it's not low, but boy, look at that, 728, right back down to 6 and halted on the way down. So that's why you've got to be awfully careful. You'll hear me say it time and again. You get into one of these movers, regardless of the float, you cannot wander away from your computer. You have to be very, very diligent, keeping track. Even if you had a stop in, you think, well, okay, I can wander away. I'll put in a hard stop. When some of these move so quickly, they can move right through your stop. And let's just say you had 1,000 shares, and you're trying to get out 1,000 shares at a certain price. These things can move so quickly, you may only get out 200, and now you're stuck with 800. So what was the one by Wedbush this morning? I can't remember. Oh yeah, even if you're sitting in front of your computer. But believe me, when I'm in these, I have got my like how much I want, and I'm on the submit. I mean, I don't have hotkeys. I don't feel I need them really, but um, I'm on the submit. I've got my price, and then I'm literally right hovering over that submit. I just hit it. Yeah, I may regret not taking this short, but I just can't do it with the DLO so close to that whole number. Hmm. All right, guys. So my alerts have finally kind of dried up a little bit here. So a couple of gold plays I see, Ashanti and Goldfields International. How about Pfizer? What is Pfizer doing? PFE? Yeah, Pfizer's having a heck of a day, actually. Pfizer, I mean, it's a huge float, 5.6 billion in the float. I typically don't like to trade those, but yeah, so it looks like 42.05 is the next high looking left. If it can break through that, 42.75 for Pfizer. Oh, I guess it would have some room. Yeah, Curie, I don't work like that. How I do it, and I've been doing it like this forever. If I see a stock that's moving, super, super quickly, what I'll do is I will I'll put my sell in at a lower price, and if it starts to move down to that price, I just hit submit. I mean, those are only on the super fast movers. I'll also do it on the upside. I'll take a chance, a little bit of a chance. If I see something that's really moving, I'll put a sell a little, like, maybe, again, depends on the stock. I'll put a sell a little bit above the current price. Remembering, I'm only in usually no more than two trades at a time. So, look at DLO is making a monkey out of me for not taking this short. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So there it is, 1427. It's an earnings play, one of the very few, but I didn't like it because I thought for me, it was just too close to the whole number. Things to do in Hawaii. I don't know how to answer that question. I'll give you a link again. You have to go to our homepage every single day. Okay, so if you sort of thought that you could just click on something and get into the room, the main room, with one click, no, I can't even do it. Okay, I always have to go to our homepage and go to the trading room, etc. So that should do it. Yeah, and we have very few hotkeys here. The flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of a trade, and double will double your position. So flatten gets you out, half gets you out of half your trade, double will double your position. Those are very, very few hotkeys. Okay, guys, things have slowed down a little bit. How's that ELOX doing? Did the volume pick up? Yeah, the volume picked up. Not a huge amount of volume, but it did pick up. I just have to resist now. TLO. Now, okay, now the other issue for it right now is what's that? The next low, actually, it's far enough away, 50 cents away or so. Well, let's see. Big volume, not a low float. Where are they out of? Oh, that's right. This is one out of Montevideo, Montevideo, Uruguay. Very few companies listed out of that country on the New York Stock Exchange, I think, or NASDAQ on an American exchange. More, I did see more in the pre-market. Another German company. What have they got? Anything to do with IFRX? Ah, oh man, just too quick, just too quick, too quick, too quick. Look at what happened. I was all excited. FRGT 247, but and it, look what it did. It popped right up to 280, and that's pulling right back. Look at the float, guys. I mean, that's somebody asked me, how many cents I if I had been able to get this near the 250, and if I saw this up at 280, I'd be putting a sell in at probably 270 on the way down. Okay. If I saw it hit 280 and I saw it moving down, I'd probably put us, I would sell some probably at 270 immediately. It's just it's too big. That's a big percentage pop from 250 to 270 in seconds to not take advantage of it, especially when the float is like this. Again, this is not for new traders. We have, I'm obviously in a trading room. I'm going to, and I see all these things, so we'll talk about them. But if you're new to trading, I would just sort of it's nice, it's exciting when you're in one and it works, not so great when it doesn't. And believe me, look what happens, 280 and boom, right back down. Now I just feel like DLO is mocking me. All right, you know what? I actually tried to get a little short of it, but I couldn't get the fill I wanted. It's down 18%, so the uptick rule may have nailed me. It's down more than 10%, so I actually tried to get a little short just out of frustration, but I didn't. I did not get a fill. I mean, if it takes out this 1350, I mean, then the next low is way down here at 13. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do is, I want to show you how you can get these scans. My favorite scans by far, by far. Doesn't give me too many alerts all day long, but my favorite scans by far. If I could only have one scan from Trade Ideas, so say one on the upside and one on the downside, it'd be these, and I'd wipe everything out. So there's the T's. So you're going to have to listen to me for a bit before I show you how you can get them if you're new. Oops. Okay, guys. So I just put in my homepage link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, look at the SPY. Ah, what a short, even even where I was trying to get it at 1385 would have been pretty good from there. But anyway, so on my homepage, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promo on for 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. It's Easter Egg 25. Make sure you spell it correctly, all in caps. You click on Get Trade Ideas, is what you're going to see. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. AI had a pretty good day yesterday. Started off not bad with the IFRX. The alert was at 593, and I know it got way over 6, but it's pulled back now. But anyway, that's what the AI looks like. You can use it like a watch list. You can trade around these stocks all day long. Use it like a watch list. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Now you don't have to go annual. You want to go month to month? That's fine. Standard is 118, and our standard service is awesome. Okay, so I mean, you don't have to go premium, but if you're looking for the AI, that you do have to go premium. But standard is 118, 228 for premium, less the 25% for the first month only. Okay. Now, if you take out a monthly subscription and you decide, boy, I wouldn't mind having an annual now, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay, and obviously the reason people take out annuals is that your monthly your per month cost is lower, but you do have to come up with the money up front. But that's the reason people take out annuals. And of course, mandatory. You take out a subscription, get started. Click on that get started. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login. There are 10 quick videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Oops. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, great course, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put this together. I really recommend you take a look at that if you're new to trading. It's free. Stock of the day video, I do. You can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Here's our education section. Here's our user guide. Again, don't get hung up on how much there is in this user guide. What I would do is obviously you've got to do the getting started, but at the very least, know what an alert window is, the A window, know what a top list window is, the T window, and know about stock racing. Okay. The other one I would really look at though is price alerts. The ability to put a price alert on a chart is so simple, and I think it's probably underused by a lot of people. Putting price alerts on a chart, to alert you to a certain area that you might want to either take a trade or know about that area. It's so simple to do. So I would also look at price alerts. Was that getting started section again? So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, usually on Wednesday, it is Jamie, but I think Jamie and Steve have flipped. So I think it's Steve today. I will confirm that. And last, here are my scans. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I've been using in the pre-market forever. Pre-market actives up and down gives me an idea about obviously what things are moving, either up or down in the pre-market. This is the race that you see, the large cap gainers. This is this one up here. I do share another race. This is a way more volatile race. But you can take a look at it. So here they are, guys, the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns and the don't repeat. So So what I've done here is I've separated them into the four. Okay, so you're not going to get the nice little dock here. The reason I do that is not everybody wants to short. Okay, I get that. And also, maybe you don't want to have the don't repeat. And what the don't repeat does is I can, excuse me, for instance, DLO. So the first time a DLO triggered, meeting all the filter requirements, was at 10:03 Eastern, and the price was 14.27. Like I can do one of two things. I can click on the alert, and depending on what time frame you're looking at, you can see right there, there's a blue, hopefully you can see this blue arrow. It tells me the candle in which the alert happened. If I were on a 5-minute chart, it would show the 5-minute candle. If I were on a 2-minute chart, it would show the 2-minute candle. So afterwards, you can see what's happening. You know, what happened afterward. Now, this is a short situation, so you would think, oh, okay, look what happened after that alert. But also here, you can keep track of it. This is the repeating version of this. So every time the stock makes a new low, you will see it here. So, 1427 was the first alert. Pretty awesome. 1362 now on a short. There's FRGT. Now that was quick. 247 was the alert. But look how quick that was. I don't even have the seconds here. But at 1024 plus 40 seconds, and at 40 in 6 seconds it popped up. Here's the SNES, okay, 226. Let's see if this starts to move now, guys. But this is how it works. So there was the alert, 1034 plus 50 seconds, and this is the repeating version. Every time it makes a new high, you will see it here. So again, what I've done is I've separated them out so you'll have the individual scans, not in the dock. And then where I'm getting a lot of other ideas is from the momentum scan that I've got that I'm sharing. It's on another monitor, and also my gap continuation or reverse. So those are the scans I'm sharing. So if you decide you'd like to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on that and then use that promo code. And then also, if you'll save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans or that education section anytime you want. That's my take on YS. Well, super active early. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. I mean, this is really pulled back a lot. So, I mean, it's hard to trade. I think somebody said it had some news a couple of days ago, but right now, I mean, that's a big pullback percentage wise. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP's at 185. So, I'd be. I mean, if somebody said you've got to trade this somehow, well, first of all, it would have to break the VWAP, 185. But right now, I mean, it's just a big sell-off. Now, admit when you ask a question like that, does that mean you're in the trade right now, or you're looking for, a way to get into it? I mean, right now, this is just completely selling off. I mean, there's one thing about a pullback, but this is like a big sell-off. Yeah, I mean, but this is a big sell-off. I mean, it's almost, I mean, it's only 10 cents above yesterday's close now. I mean, look, it could come back later, but the volume is just dried up completely. So speaking about practicing trading, this is what anybody who's kind of new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you're looking at maybe you have some kind of a strategy that you created within Trade Ideas, an alert window. You want to see how well. Okay, I think this could work. You could practice in our simulator. So our simulator is right here. That big blue window that you see here. We call it Brokerage Plus. If you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that'll show up. You may have different columns, and then it'll say not connected. Just click on Sim. Now, by the way, this is racing and the simulator only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay. And so what will happen, it'll say not connected. So you just click on Sim underneath one of the options. We have live and Sim. Click on Sim, that'll change to account. Click on account and then simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. So while you're saying GME, while you're seeing GME here, this is something in the simulator that I took maybe a week and a half ago, and I just left it. It's a short of GME at 22.94. And it's simple enough to use. You just click on a symbol, click on SLM. I click on SLM. That's going to do that again. Okay, just give me a moment. See if I can just get away with it by doing a reset. No. Okay, sometimes that happens. So all I have to do is I just have to reload it. It loses the linking for some reason. Not a big deal. Just reload it. Okay, then click on the sim again. Account, simulated trading. Now when I click on an alert, it should show up. There it is. Okay. So all you have to do is, you just click on an alert. Now you pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you asked about YS just for fun, okay? So let's just say you thought, well, maybe that pullback is over. It's overdone, and I want to buy this now. Okay, and I haven't talked about money management for a couple of weeks, so I'll just quickly go over money management. Now, first of all, when I take a trade, I have a checklist that everything has to be checked before I take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? A lot of the things that are important to me, like price range and minimum volume and things like that, they're already going to be in the scans that I have, so I don't have to check for that. But again, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 500 shares of this. Let's see, the spread is okay, two couple of cents. I'm going to buy it, send it. So now I should be in the trade right there. Okay, entry price is 163. I'm going to put a stop at 143. Now I'll explain why I'm doing this. When I do this, you're going to see on the chart, approximately minus 100 will show up somewhere. You can't see it. Well, there it is. So 97.55. Okay, on the daily chart. So just because I think a trade, let's pretend that this is something I really wanted to do in real life. Well, just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work, of course. So I always have a price I'm going to get out. Okay, and that's my stop. So how do I determine where that's going to be? Well, for me, I'll be looking at a chart, okay, and I'll try to size up where I think there might be a support area, where there's a lot of action at a certain price, and so I want to get out around that price. That's my stop. I don't want to hang around. I'll just admit I was wrong and move on. Okay, so that's my stop. Now, for if somebody's starting out trading, sometimes, my idea of where a support area on a chart may be completely different from your idea. So what I would do is maybe practice using the low of the previous, say, 5-minute candle. Why? Well, that is a defined price. There's no guesswork. Okay? And practice. You can practice doing that. So if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop, great. Now, so that's number one. If you have a stop. Now, how many shares are you going to take? I don't take the same number of shares every trade. If you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense to you. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay. So what I like to do in this simulator is show a risk of $100 a trade. That's why it said approximately minus 100. So how did that happen though? Well, and again, I wanted to make the math super simple. Notice where my entry is, 163, and my stop is 143. Okay, I wanted to make the math easy. So that is 20 cents away. Well, that's why I took 500 shares, because if it goes down to 143 and I obey my stop and take myself out for the 500 shares, 500 shares times 20-cent loss is $100. So hopefully this starts to make sense, and I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. My risk is going to be about the same every single trade. In other words, I don't trade maybe risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I keep my risk about the same every single trade within reason. So that is going to deter. So the difference in my entry and my stop is going to determine how many shares I take. If my stop had been 10 cents away, I could have taken 1,000 shares. Okay, but I wanted to make the math simple. Again, 1,000 shares times a 10-cent loss is 100. You got to practice, practice, practice. Just one moment, please. Okay, so you're in a trade. Okay, now before you commit money to the market, in other words, trade with real money, you better practice in the simulator and you better be able to make money in a simulator before you commit money to the market. Now, how long is that going to take? I have no idea. It could be 3 months, could be 6 months, but there's no instant gratification to doing this. Everybody wants to trade. Everybody wants to trade immediately. They fund their account, they get trade ideas. Trade ideas is a wonderful program, but the name of the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, it is not trade the second you get an alert. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you're trading live. I mean, there are other things that can happen. There's some slippage and stuff like that. But the other main culprit is not obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, and maybe the room has been talking about it. Maybe there's great news. It's a press release or some news, and news is, by the way, not one reason why I take a trade. It's a bonus, perhaps. But it's not working, and you cannot believe it. So there's this imagine a little angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other. And the angel is saying, okay, Barry, it's approaching your stop, get out of the trade. And the devil is saying, come on, you know what? You probably put your stop too tight because this is going to come back. And there's this constant, in your head, these two opposing forces. And unfortunately, sometimes the force that says don't obey your stop because it's going to come back wins. And so now your manageable $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500, and before you finally give up and you sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop, and you vow you'll never do it again until the next time. Of course, so that's one scenario. The other scenario, which is almost as bad, is that you're down two, three, $400, and you are sweating bullets, and then it does come back for you. Now you're up two, three, $400, and you think, "Wow, my regret, I didn't obey your stop, my, or my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. But I'm just going to say that, in my experience, not obeying your stop is the way to really destroy your account. You can always get back into a trade. Excuse me. For all the reasons why it's set up earlier, maybe something happened. Maybe the market turned on you. Uh, you know, there's a bunch of reasons why a trade doesn't work. You can always get back in though. Maybe it sets up in a very similar way later on. You can always get back in. Commissions are so cheap or non-existent that that's not an excuse. All right, guys, that's it. That's I'm off my, as they call it, I'm off my soapbox. And before anybody gets bent out of shape, why do I do this? This is a free room, okay? And I like to do this money management talk at least once a week because I think it's important for new traders, even if you're not new, just a reinforcement. But trading is not easy. Look at Sabra. Look at Fever. No, you see, to me, yeah, there's just too much support not that far away for this one. Yeah, Tank. I mean, it's really simple. I mean, I don't really struggle with it anymore, but it's a real struggle when you get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. Everything just seemed to set up so beautifully. What if a person got into a trade right around here? Okay, so the SPY had that candle. That's the 945 candle. And then all of a sudden, it looked like it was going to recover. And you thought, you know what? I'm going to get into something that kind of follows the market. I'm not saying like what we try to do. Of course, we see a lot of things that are what we call alpha stocks. They don't really track the market as closely. But I know there's others of you that will take a stock when it sets up well that maybe kind of tracks the market a little more closely, and then all of a sudden the market does this on you. No, you can't predict that's going to happen, but you've got to be really careful then of not thinking, oh, well, the market will come back. Of course, it'll come back, maybe, but will it come back in time for you to, get out of it, either a manageable loss, or you can always get back into that trade that got kind of destroyed by what the market is doing. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room, and again, this is going to be obviously an approximation. When I say, in this here, I am risking $100 a trade. And so when you figure out how much you want to risk per trade, I mean, it's going to be an approximation how many shares you take, because what you can do is you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You can put your whatever that risk is going to be, okay? And then you can put in your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take. Now, obviously, if something is like an incredibly volatile stock that's moving very quickly, it's going to be hard. I mean, I get that. But, in other situations where a stock is not moving so crazily, you'll get a good approximation about how many shares you should take. So that's what I would do. I would just create an Excel spreadsheet. Oh, okay, it's gonna be Chris. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. So Chris will be in our YouTube room today. I thought it was going to be Steve, but it's going to be Chris. So Chris is double duty for him. He's in on Mondays. So CBRG, yeah, big disappointment yesterday for me. I was really thinking that Goldman upgrade would really get it running. Oh, this is not the same one. Well, CRBG. I'm sorry, I typed it in wrong. CRBG. It's the one that Goldman upgraded to $23 yesterday, or $27 yesterday, but I guess $23. Looked pretty good in the pre-market, but just sold off the entire day. Well, it's one of the reasons I'm not showing, that volatile race anymore, because this is, let me just go over what these races are all about. So if I were new to trading, I mean, this is not like a dramatic looking race. I mean, you'll see some of the percentages, but let me explain what you are seeing. Now, look, hardly any stocks are in here. Usually this is completely full. Like I'd have to stretch it all the way down, it would still be full. So not many stocks are meeting the filter requirements in this race. So the first thing is you can set up your own races. Okay, all the races start off from a top list. So if I right click on this top list window, you'll see it says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So this is the race that I've got going, but just understand that you can set up your own race based on your requirements, what you like to see. In this particular race, boy, that ELOX is just that was kind of the one. I mean, it started off very, very low volume, and now the volume is starting to pick up. I'll take a look at that in a second. But in this particular race, if the price is between $10 and $50, and the volume is at least a 500,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close, and 500,000,000 in the market cap, and 50 million minimum in the float, then a stock will meet. Then you'll see that stock in this list. Okay, and that's it. These are the only ones that are only ones. Shows you what kind of a day it is. Now, before we had the racing concept, the way in which you'd use a top list window is if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most, from yesterday's close, as long as I had it as a column, I could sort on it. So this is the change from the close yesterday. I can do a double left click, and so AU gold is up 4.2%, etc. If I want to see from the open, the change from today's opening price. Dino, D-I-N-O, it's up 3%. Okay, now again, usually this list is huge. So while that information might be interesting, how would you use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. We're going to get rid of this. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, that's customizable. You can run, whatever length of race you want. Since this race started, Sabra, SBRA, hasn't moved much. It's up 0.14%. Okay. And it's leading. But of course, some other stock in the list could overtake it and become the leader. And you'll see stocks jockeying for position over the course of my 4-minute race. At the end of the race, there was a winner. And again, all these stocks start off the same position, same starting position. So all we're seeing here is whatever is moved the most since the race started. Okay, you can now see PBF at 0.51%. Now, the other race that I'm sharing that I'm not displaying anymore, you will see stocks moving 10, 15, 20%. Those are those volatile stocks, but they're as quickly as they move up, they can move down. This is a more gentler style of race. And what happens is it automatically creates a watch list for you. It's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the top position, PFE, Pfizer, has won 5 races. Ashanti has won 3. So here's a couple of gold plays, PBF, etc. So what you can do now is you can start clicking on these and seeing, well, what's happening? Is there maybe a setup for this that I wouldn't mind? Maybe if GFI pulled back to a certain level, I want to take the trade. Or maybe if it breaks the high of the day, maybe I want to take the trade. I look at GFI. We saw that one yesterday, and it's a gold play, and gold's been hot, obviously. And you look at that, and there's the next high looking left for gold. Sorry, GFE, the GFI, $17. So you might think, well, okay, if it takes out the high, maybe it gets running again. Practice it. That's the whole thing. Practice. You put a price alert, 14.59. And if it happens, you'll know about it, and then you make up your mind. You'll want to take the trade. And so that's why you can follow this all day long. This is just going to be automatically created for you. So if you're new to trading, one of the challenges is, well, what should I look at? I'm not saying you have to look at this, but I am saying, though, this is probably a little easier on the nerves, these ones. Now, the other thing is these are stocks that are up. So these are certainly counter to what the market is doing. I mean, look what the market is doing. It's certainly counter to what the market is doing. Look at Conagra. I mean, there. If you're a sort of a VWAP player, 38.20. Now, if you say, well, I don't know if I'm a VWAP player, well, practice. See if you want to become one. What happens when a stock goes back to the VWAP? As an example, there's that's that purple line. Do I maybe I put an alert around that area? See if it comes back and bounces off it like it kind of has. There's no right or wrong way in any of this, okay? In terms of a trading style. The only right thing, in my opinion, is having a stop. It always pains me to hear somebody or read a post where it says, I just got destroyed on a trade. The only reason a person gets destroyed on a trade is because they didn't have a stop, or they had a stop and they didn't obey it. That's the only reason. Account management is so critical. It's so crucial and critical. Okay. Don't let your ego get in the way, and get stubborn about, come on, it's going to work. Well, I know what my stop is before I take the trade, Alex. Okay. Because that's what share sizes me. So I don't put this. I mean, I always know what my stop is when I'm sizing up a trade. I know where my stop is. And that actually, that's the other aspect. I mean, I didn't go over it, but I mean, that's the other aspect of it because let's just say, for instance, let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now, this ELOX. I'd be looking left, say, well, where could it keep going? Well, let's say $6. I'm thinking, okay, because the other aspect of my taking a trade is I always take a trade where I have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if my stop is, 30 cents away, because I've sized up on the chart where, if I'm going to take this trade, where am I going to put my stop? And let's say it was 30 cents away. I have to be able to look left immediately. Can it move 60 cents? In other words, 1 for 2, risking 30 cents to make 60 cents before it hits the next high looking left. That's how I trade. Or maybe the 200-day moving average is just above it. I wouldn't take the trade then either. So I have to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 before I will take the trade. Okay. Now, does that mean I always make a 1 for 2 every trade? Of course not. I wish it were that simple. Sometimes I'll only make a 1 for 1. Sometimes I won't, I will, sometimes I'll take a loss. For instance, why would I only take a 1 for 1? Well, let's just say, for instance, I have a 30-cent stop and it moves 30 cents for me, and I'm thinking, great, and it starts moving a little higher. Now I'm up 40 cents. Then it all of a sudden starts to drop, and then the market turns, or something happens, and I think, ooh, okay, I better protect myself. So maybe I do get out a 1 for 1 just because I don't like the way it's trading anymore. That's why you can practice. Okay, practice, practice, practice. Paradox. I see you're in the room. I didn't see your first post, but welcome back. Now, the other thing about my stop, here's this, this practice trade, the simulation trade that I took for YS. There's my stop at 143. Okay, so I get into trade at 163. Now I started looking at this. I start looking at this, says, you know what? I just don't like the way it's trading. That stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, but I always reserve the right to get out before the stop. If I just don't like the way it's trading, the volume is just completely dried up and it starts drifting down, a lot of times I'll get out before that stop, because that's the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay. All right, guys. Well, this ELOC's interesting, because when it got halted down here, I mean, there was only about 20,000 shares traded. Look at that. Look how many have traded now. So this is actually April 3rd. So it was an earnings play yesterday. I don't recall seeing it yesterday at all. Look at this. I mean, it didn't do anything. I mean, this just didn't do anything. Look at the volume that came in. This 1.6, and it's a super low float, 1.46. That it's trading 145 times normal up to this time of day. You see, look at this. I mean, the SNES look good for, I mean, a very quick trade. And it's all about the float. I mean, I don't know if that is truly correct, 642,000, which is, insanely low. But let me, even if it's 3 million, it's still very low. Let me just do a quick check. 2 million. So I've got 2 million from that dilution tracker site, which I think is probably pretty good. But, I don't know why our provider always gives us these sort of floats. Anyway, but that's why you've got to be awfully careful. If you were able, well, that I doubt very much you could have got this one at 226. It probably moved so quickly. All good, Paradox. All good. All right, guys. Time's at 11:08. So yeah, my break is in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Look at the onion now, guys. No, it's not onion, but on. Boy, had that huge, huge run. Boy, it's got room underneath 27.57. Now, what I'd love to see is for this maybe to bit of a bottoming tail here. So the buyers have stepped in for a bit. A lot of shares available to short, 895,000 at Interactive Brokers. But look what it's doing. I mean, not quite, but it's kind of following the market. I mean, that's not a green candle, but a big bottoming tail. So the buyers are stepping in like they're doing here in the SPY. But guys, the AIs are dead right now, absolutely dead. Not, no, they're not dead. They're dying. Dead would mean flatlining. They are dying now. Now, AI itself, well, there's the VWAP, 2262. There is the VWAP. The reason I'm not really talking, I mean, I just can't short this because it's not available Interactive Brokers. And it was yesterday, but they've all snapped up and nobody hasn't been a lot of covering yet. Should we say a prayer for them? Well, I mean, I'm still kind of stunned that AI has not come out with any defense. If somebody had said, well, what are the odds are they'll come up with a defense maybe at least to start the day today, I would have thought 75%. But not yet. That's typically though what happens when these short sellers, I don't care if it's Kerrisdale or Hindenburg or Citron or Muddy Waters, any of those short selling groups, usually the company that gets hit usually comes out with something that says, we disagree, and it's factually incorrect what they're saying, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing. They did have a short comment. I didn't see it. Jungle Jim, I did not see it. I mean, I guess the contention is that they build themselves as a software as subscription service, the SaaS or what, SaaS. Okay, and they're not, well, according to Carousel, they're not. They're they basically they sign contracts or something like that. So it's not a subscription service. And their contention is that a subscription service is way more powerful than acting as a consultant. Didn't understand the basic GAAP. Okay, well, I didn't see that. Not, but they have to come out a lot more strongly. I mean, then they have to say, yes, we are a subscription service. We're not just a consultant or something like that. Because that's the contention. Yeah, look at PPL, guys. This is kind of interesting from the race here. PPL kind of interesting. Why? Well, it's getting right at the. It's obviously it's through the VWAP. Number one, it's through the 200-day moving average, and now look left, 28.53. A little bit of room. Be a lot better if that high was 29.14 when we look left, but a little bit of room for PPL to keep moving. You know, if you're starving for something to look at. And look at this. It's trading on its own. How can you tell? Well, look at these 15-minute candles. This is a definition of an alpha stock. It's a big float. So I wonder why it is moving. I don't see any reason for its move. Just look at May 4th. So it was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, it was an earnings play yesterday, and really not a great reaction. No reaction. This is almost like this is a delayed reaction to its earnings release yesterday as PPL. But I mean, look what the SPY's done. All these red candles down. Look what this one has done. Had one little red candle, and that's it. So this is, a stock that is trading on its own, PPL. I'm going to leave this in here, okay, this stop, just to show you, having hard stops, which I hardly ever do. The only time I would have a hard stop is if I do leave my computer and I'm in a stock that I don't think is going to be going crazy. That's the only time. But having a hard stop, if you were just incapable of obeying your stop, especially when you start out, that's probably a good idea then to have a hard stop and let the system just, take the emotions away from you. And Elox continues on the way down. So, another look at the float, guys. Six up to 6, right back down to 4. So I'm still in the GME short, guys. I did take some out off a while back, a little over 250, 2150. But I am going to I'm going to try. I'm in at 21.75, so see what happens. ARB B, is it an IPO today? It looks like it, yeah. Price is IPO 1.25 million shares, so very low, at $4 a share. So what did it open at? So nothing exciting yet. Exciting would be, when they price something at, say, at a certain price, say $4, that it opens at 6 and it just starts to run somewhat. But right now, there's not a tremendous amount of enthusiasm because it's still under the IPO price. But I'm telling you, I will. What price is that for? I'll stick an alert above that price. And the other thing is, where is this out of? Yeah, you're going to try something different, Todd, or anybody? Yeah, use the simulator. The simulator, not the stimulator, the simulator. Seriously. Where is that? So I really haven't looked at the IPOs for the last little while. We haven't had too many really interesting ones. I mean, the interesting ones have been the one, very few shares and low, but I haven't seen any that have just ripped for a while. Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's take a look at ARB and see where they're out of. So first of all, incorporated in the Cayman Islands. So this looks like this is going. Yeah, so this is in that neck of the woods. Okay, so it's not China exactly, but and Maxim, which has a reputation. So hey, keep an eye on it. Big four break, and maybe it starts to run for a while. But IPOs in the first day are not easy. How I used to look at the opening of an IPO is maybe a couple hours down the road, I would stick something that was at the high of the day, and later on in the day, if it took that high out, there'd be a chance I would trade it. Okay, but IPOs are not easy the first day. I mean, there's no magic bullet that that says just do this and you'll be successful. Now it's interesting. One of the scans that Michael Knopf, and I should put this link in. If you want to have access to these anchored VWAP scans, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yes, this is a $49 a month add-on. So if I click on new from our toolbar and then click on doc channel bar and then click on anchored VWAP, okay? Now he's adding more. I don't see any yet. I thought he said he was gonna, oh, no, I guess it's added in Market Explorer. But anyway, pull back to IPO. Okay, so let's just take a look at I don't know, RXO. I'll just pick, doesn't matter which one we pick. So that purple line is automatically drawn. It's drawn on the weekly chart also. Okay, so in the daily chart and on the weekly chart, and it's drawn from the IPO starting date. And so this is called the pullback to the IPO. So you might look at that and go, well, okay, getting that, that's the anchored VWAP. Let's see if it holds it and maybe it bounces off it as an example. Okay, let's take a look at ASBA. This is really new. But look at this. This is where it opened, and it's really, to me, if it took up maybe this 24 level, it might get running again. There it is on the weekly, maybe holding here. SDRL, let's take a look at SDRL. There it is. I guess it started trading here. So there's the anchored VWAP. So, this looks weak. This looks really weak. And you guys had all the opportunity to talk to Michael yesterday about the anchored VWAP and all of that between 12 and 1. And he said nobody asked a question. So you only have yourselves to blame if you didn't take advantage of Michael's wisdom and knowledge about the anchored VWAP, etc. But he's there in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 every Tuesday. Yeah, you do have to pay extra. If you want this, if you want the channel, you can do your own VWAPs. Okay. You can do your own, but if you want the actual channel and all the scans that are going to come into that channel, and again, there are more and more being constructed, and including he's coming up with an intraday one, so it just automatically draws the lines. But if you want to, you can do it yourself. You have the anchor here. There's the anchor. There's your VWAP anchor, and so you can certainly do it yourself if you want. And Michael will also be creating some other scans. One is called a go no go. It's nothing to do with anchored VWAP. It'll be another add-on if you want it. What the idea is that he'll be creating a lot of different types of scans. Some will appeal to not every scan is necessary to have. Some scans will appeal to a certain group, others won't. So it'll be like a marketplace, where you can say, okay, I wouldn't mind trying this one and see what it's all about. All right, guys. Well, I don't see too many flyers right now. Understand that this is all from Brian Shannon, right? I mean, this is his movie, and so he's given us the rights to do it. So, but anyway, it is what it is. If you want to send that to support at trade-ideas.com. Go ahead. That's for you things to do in Hawaii. Ooh, how ugly is this one? HIMX. HIMX. How ugly is this? Straight down. No, so I have my anchor. So you could set your anchored VWAP right up here as an example. Well, that's on the daily chart. Well, that is on the daily. Let's just put it right there. See what happens. Yeah, it's up here. Can't really see it. But look at this. So on the daily chart, the next low looking left is 738, and then after that, 719. So might be at 738, could hold it up, unfortunately. If it were more down here at 7, I'd be inclined to maybe take a short. Yeah, the only way I would take BURU. Well, a couple things. I mean, you're giving up a lot, but there's the VWAP, 584. So it would have to get, up to that area. And again, later on in the day, you just never know. If all of a sudden the volume comes pouring back in, it did have some news, something to do with the Department of Defense. Military police, MP on the move here, guys. MP on the move. Ooh, look at this. What a move. What a move for MP. Something's happening. I mean, that went from 26 to 28, just like that, guys. Something's happening with MP. The next high looking left is 28. And that's all showing up in Zach's topping play, but next high is 28.24. What did it get to? 28.14. So almost to that high. I mean, obviously, if it keeps running and running and running, and somehow it takes out that 28.75, look out. It's got a ton of room. But something put a charge into it. It's not an earnings play. Well, May 4th post market. So I guess it is an earnings play. Except we're not in the month of May. We're only April. Okay, so forget that. So something put a charge into this. I wonder if William pounded that one down. That showed up on Zach scan at 2811, topping scan. So basically right at the alert. Yeah, a lot of shorts available. My guess is William probably took this one. Give me a moment, please. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I've just got something I have to do for trade ideas. Just give me a moment. Do this. Give me one moment, guys. I just have to do something for trade ideas here. Just give me a moment, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to, well, I want to get SMH added to our sector status window. All right. So now it is 11:40. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris will be taking over for me. Look at the SPY, guys. So after that 45 minutes, excuse me, 1 hour straight down, we are now in a mini recovery mode. Mini recovery mode. Okay, I'm all out of the GME now. It's getting closer to that 22 again. I will look to reshort that near the lows of the day. So I'm all out of the GME. It seems to be sort of popping with the market a little bit. Okay. Whew. What scan could have caught? Well, again, okay. I'll see where I saw it. Okay. At what time? 11:20. Well, I can tell you, I thought in my momentum scan, I saw it at 11:31. Okay. In my momentum scan, I saw it at 11:31, not at 11:27. And why would that be? Well, obviously some filter wasn't met. My guess is that at that time, maybe the relative volume wasn't 3 at that time. You see, it's 5 now. So that could have prevented it. from showing, say, at 11.27. But here it is at 27.85 at 11.31. So again, if you want to see it earlier, sure, you could use this, but then you'd have to reduce the probably the relative volume filter. And in that case, what will happen is you'll get a lot of other stocks coming in that you may not want to see. It's always a trade-off, right? I mean, I can create a scan for you that'll show you a stock for sure, but you may get 30 others that you don't want to see. So again, if you use the Momo, that scan is in my on my homepage. Yeah, well, there it is, 11:31. I'm talking, you're talking Eastern time, right? So there it is. It appeared for the first time in my scan at 11:31. DLO. So if you wanted to see it at 11, this is all I'm trying to say. If you wanted to see it at 11:27, you'd have to reduce one of these filters. More than likely, it's the relative volume filter, because when I'm looking here, probably it only got to 5 on this candle here. Okay, the relative volume really started to kick in. So at 11:27, it's very possible. I mean, I could do a stocks like this and all that. My guess is that it was not at 3. It was probably less than 3 in terms of the relative volume. So does all that make sense? All right, guys, GFI. Oh, GFI is just, look at this DLO. When I'm on my break, I'm going to run into a brick wall with my head first. Look at that DLO, 1427, 1331. Tomorrow, I don't care if it's near a whole number. I'm just going to take the darn trade because it was late enough too, 10 o'clock. If it had been in the first 15 minutes, I wouldn't be beating myself up so much. But boy, look at this DLO. What a short. Only one in this 10-day daily breakdown has shown up today. But what a short. And I think I tried to get this at 1380 or so, 1385 actually, and I couldn't get a fill because it was down more than 10% and I didn't get the fill I wanted. Yeah, I certainly, if I were a new trader, I would not be counseling people, to use a 1 minute chart. It's just too fast, too volatile. Believe me, if I thought using a 1 minute chart would help my trading, I'd do it. But I mean, it's just it it's only good if you are truly like a scalper looking for pennies, in my opinion, and that's just not me. And even then, I mean that's only for people who are, and you've got it. If you're in for scalping for pennies, you've got to take a whole bunch of shares to make. It's so risky, in my opinion. The other thing is, I don't know if you're trading in the first 15 minutes, but I wouldn't. I just wouldn't do it. If it's just, I'm not, and I'm sure probably shady, and there are others who will trade in the first 15 minutes, and that's fine. They have experience and all that. I've got experience. I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I've just learned through the being beaten up too many times by trying to take a trade right at the beginning of the day. And so, yes, look at this GLO. I will miss the opportunity of something that runs immediately. Absolutely. But for the one that runs immediately, there's probably 5 others that go up and down, up and down, up and down. So yeah, if you're lucky enough to pick the right. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff happening all day long. I mean, yeah, in the first 15, sure, it's probably more exciting and all that, but there's stuff happening. Look, I mean, look at IFRX yesterday. Okay, I'm not saying we're going to get an IFRX again today, but look at IFRX yesterday. Started to run at 12:45. Okay, and then right to the end of the day. Until then, it was doing nothing. As an example, I'm not saying we're going to get another one like this, but stuff happens all day long. And the good thing is that usually the software can catch something like that. Now, having said all that, look at this 551, the VWAP. So it is kind of cruising through the VWAP a little bit. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris is going to be in our YouTube room in about, less than 8 minutes. And so maybe he'll show up a little early even. So let me get the YouTube link up or in. Well, guys, those of you who know the sound alert I use for my 10-day daily breakdown, it's the pig grunting and grunting over and over at me. My goodness, 1427, 1250. Well, maybe some of you took it. Wow. One alert, guys. One alert. That's it. Wow, look at PTGX. This did a financing, I believe. Financing at $20. So it is really moving away from that financing price now, guys. I wish I'd been paying a little more attention to this one. Whew, look left. I mean, look, 1671 is the next low looking left that, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, as you know, but boy, on that 20 break, what a great short. Now, if you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up here? Obviously, it's a 10-day daily breakdown. Relative volume, not enough. Not enough. As DLO keeps making a new low. This is why I'm only getting a few alerts here. Look at that. Relative volume has to be at least 8. Okay, a lot with some other filters in place, but it has to be at least 8. So that's why, and that's pretty tough to do. That's why I don't get too many, which is what I want. Have I told you this is my favorite two scans, the breakout and the breakdown, especially the breakdown. The breakdown, boy, when they break down, they really start to break down. But you've got to be prepared to short. And I know some are probably sitting there going, yeah, but I've heard shorting is really hard, or you can lose all your money, or well, yes and no. I think it's just the concept of shorting that people just don't understand. I mean, they understand if I buy a stock, I want it to go up. If I short a stock, I want it to go down. I mean, it's really that simple. Okay. There are other things in play. You know, your broker has to have shorts available, etc., and things like that. But you know, if I buy a stock, and it goes higher, then I sell it, make a profit. If I short a stock, in theory, you're selling it and then you're buying it at a lower price. It's just flipping the script in your head. But don't even think of it like that. Short a stock, I want the price to go down. Buy a stock, I want it to go up. I mean, and I heard a little ping. That means Mr. Varley is there.
Indeed, I am.
Thank you for doing that on the SMH, my friend.
You got it.
Just give me a moment as I get my, first of all, get rid of the music so I can hear you a little more. More better? I know it's not more better.
Much more better.
Yeah. Now, I want you to make sure you say VWAP if you do say VWAP today.
Yes, VWAP. And, you know, I was practicing it in my head when I was writing emails today. So make Barry and Brian proud.
Oh, that's why. Okay, just give me a moment.
You're looking at that PTGX2 for short?
Yeah, they did a financing at 20, and you know, it was kind of holding the financing price not too badly most of the day.
Yeah.
But now it is just cratering.
Yep, I was looking at it about 40 minutes ago. I said, boy, if that cracks low of the day again, you know, jumping below 19, I said, that thing's got a lot of room to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, 16 or so is the next low looking left. Yep. So on a break, around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so that announcement is now in the room. Excuse me. So guys, Chris is in the room. Okay, Chris is in the room. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over to listen to Chris, excuse me, for 1 hour. And let me mute the both rooms. Okay, so now you guys can keep hearing me in YouTube until I delete myself. Okay. That didn't come out right. Delete myself. So what did you trade today, Danny? Were you able to make any trades?
I did. They both worked out, not how I was obviously hoping, but you know, I took a shot at PYXS under 4. I took it on a 390 break. And, you know, I was really hoping that it might fill the gap up a little bit and get up to like 415. You know, I wasn't expecting a lot out of it, but looking at, you know, about those topping shadows from yesterday, closing yesterday.
Right.
And as soon as it struggled around 4, I said, nope. So I took a small win there. And then what the heck else did I trade? I traded something else and it collapsed completely after I got out. SNES. I took that on the $2 break, and then I sold some at 215, and then I bought some back at 225 and sold the rest at 235. I sold it all at 235, and that was it for me.
That was really fast.
Yes, that was really fast. And
really fast,
I was if I'm confessing all here, I was in a remote when I did it. That was probably
Oh,
not my smartest move I've ever done. But
right.
anyways, it all
Right.
worked out, and I'm a happy camper on the day.
Okay. Well, I did short GME early, and I'm out of it now. I'm looking to short it again if it gets down
Grabbed it
nearly.
below that 22, did you?
Yeah, I took it just by 2185,
Uh-huh.
2175,
Yep.
and I was hoping it would really start to crater, like get down underneath 20 and or 21, and then 20, and then 19, 18, 17. It may happen later. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just looking. This gap can't continue. I don't think. I think it'll get filled at some point.
I
But
agree.
but so I may reshort it later on in the day. It depends what it does.
Yep.
All right, my friend, I will take my break now.
Yes. Let
What
me.
about those AIs? Holy smokes. I mean, you know, all those AI plays were doing so well 2 days ago.
Yep.
And then when that Carousel report came out about AI itself,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just put a damper in them all.
Yeah. I mean, I maintain my stance that I posted yesterday in Slack about Chat GPT and whatever else. I'm extremely skeptical of all of it at this point. Not saying that it's not possible and all those things, but I think people
Well,
give
I
a
think
little,
they, yeah,
little
they weren't
credit
they
on this
weren't
stuff.
skeptical of the technology. They were more skeptical of what AI was saying they were doing.
Yeah.
They were saying, "Hey, we are a subscription service," and Carousel saying, "No, you're not. You're a
Right.
consultant," which is you probably read it, and
Yep.
which is way different. So, and I mean, what an effect that had. And somebody said that they came out with a very muted defense,
Mm.
and
That I
you
did
don't
not see.
understand GAAP or whatever, but they have not come out with a strong defense, obviously.
Yeah, blood is in the water right now, and especially
Hmm.
just the market overall, and any stock that makes a sharp move up, they're ready to pounce
Yeah.
on it right away to bring it back down to earth. So, uh, light and diligent is the trading.
Okay, I like that. All right, my friend, I'll take off now, and I'll
Sounds
see you in
good.
about an hour.
I've got my timer set.
Okay. Okay.
We'll
Thanks.
see you
Thanks a
shortly. All
lot,
right, take
Chris.
care. Yep, you got it. All right, everybody. So you get a double dose of me this week. For those of you that were here Monday, anyways. Steve, well, let's see. Today's Wednesday. So normally it's Jamie today, but he was swapping with Steve, but then Steve got caught up with some other business that he's on. So then I took over for Steve today. So, yeah, however that worked out. With all that said, you heard the back and forth with Barry and I there for a moment. So, a couple of trades, they worked out okay for me. One obviously better than the others. Patrick, it's funny that you mention it. I said to some people yesterday, GDX is taking out all yearly highs, the high on the year yesterday, and really took it out with the gusto. Let's get that chart up here and let's throw a line on that back to the prior year's highs here in the end of January, excuse me. And so, yeah, that really took it out yesterday. Nice percent move on that. And you gotta give it up today again. Where the heck is my Epic Pen? Bear with me here a second, folks. Maybe I didn't create a desktop icon for it. I just want to get my Epic Pen out. There we go. All right, so I could draw. And what I wanted to illustrate now is this bottoming tail. Nope, that's not what I want. Sorry about that. I want to illustrate this bottoming tail that's going on here. I want to draw on that, but it's giving me a hard time here. Try that. So, showing some more strength. And let's get a bigger picture on all of this here. There we go. Let's get rid of that. So pricing, having memory here. I mean, look at how significant this price is, literally everywhere. Boy, this is not drawing very nicely for me. Very delayed. So, big level for the gold miners anyways. Make of that what you will. All right. Silver and gold. Bring up the silver miners, not quite as strong, and trying to challenge that high here. You see a much bigger downtrend for silver in the long run here than gold has had. So make of these things what you will. There's the information, there's the data. How you digest it, how you see it is up to you. But I'm looking at some gold plays here for some swing trades for sure. With all that said, anybody with questions, fire those away. Throw those in the chat panel there, please. As I always say, this isn't about me just talking at you folks. It should be more of a conversation with what you want to be guided into as far as the chat goes, the software goes. Again, we could look at some charts or anything like that. Place those questions in, and that's the direction we'll go. If not, of course, as always, I'll wing it and entertain you folks and make it up on the fly as I go. As usual, I don't have any specific topics to go into, but I could discuss some experimenting I was doing with my races recently. After my Monday session with you folks, I was looking at some of the stuff coming through my races, and there was things that were coming through that I was not happy with, and I didn't understand why I was on the top list. So I, went into the top list to do some looking here, and I was saying to myself, why were things that were on the bottom of the top list populating on the races? That's not really what I wanted. Although some of them were all of a sudden making a move, it wasn't interesting moves to me, or it wasn't an interesting chart for that. And what I really want the races to do, and what I thought they'd always been doing in general, but maybe they weren't, and I was still getting results. For the last several months, though, it's been hit or miss on the races. And so what I want the race to do is I want it to take the top 10 symbols on the top list and race those only. And that's not what I was getting more than less. So, excuse me, I had some other programs that are running that I think are delaying this. Nope, still not working right. All right, anyways, so what I did was I went into the race setup and I said, what can I change in here? And so this is what I have for the race setup currently here. And this one is going to be what I had prior. So I was running on the delta value because I was under the impression, or it seemed always to load, at least in the first few months that I was using it back in, I guess, what was it, early 2022, the delta value would take what was on the top list. Sorry, I've got so many things here going on. Would take what was on the top of the top list, populate it here, and then run the race based on that. I think what it was doing, it was just taking what was on the entire top list and not the top of the top list and racing it on a delta value like that. And so I swapped it. So now it's total instead of delta here, keeping it on descending because I want it on a descending order from here. I thought the descending did that already and that it kept it at the top of the top list, but apparently it didn't. And that's what I swapped on it. And I so far, I experimented yesterday and today a little bit with it at the end of Monday, but I didn't have a lot of time on Monday before the market closed. And so that's what I am currently doing here with that. Anyways, I like these results a little better. We'll see, 1-2 days worth of data sampling does not make a trend, but I'm going to run them both in these different formats and see how it goes. But, for example, some things that, maybe I'm not too crazy about being on this list. This HILT, is that something I'm going to want to list? Nah, that's okay. LTHM. Some of these red names, I'm not crazy. Like, all right, this here. All right, this opened up here and yet it's on the change from open relative strength, so it opened there and traded down there. Now it's bouncing, and maybe it'll be interesting at some point. I want stuff that's strong from the open period, though. I don't want stuff that, opened, strong, reversed, and went down necessarily. I don't mind if it gapped down, if it had just gapped down and reversed. So that's what I'm trying to. I don't think I want to see like things like this, but I don't know. Maybe I do. Anyways, always experimenting and playing with software. Some days more than others, and that's what I had going on. All right, see a few things coming in here. So let's see. Let's pop on these questions, comments, and concerns. I see pinched scanner and AVWAP add-on. Can we draw this support and resistance forming a flag for any chart using tool function? What you see in that channel is it in that channel. The auto drawing that goes on there for those scans, that's it. Anything if you have that add-on, anything you want to do with the charts from there, you're welcome to. But you can't edit what's going on in that channel. That channel is that channel. That's the end of it. There is no other auto drawing as far as VWAPs go or anything like that. So what's there is there. Let me pull open that channel. Doc channel bar, anchor VWAP. So what's going on in here is what's going on in here. You can't edit this. You can't say, all right, I've got this, and now let me change things on there. As far as a scan goes, if you want to change these charts, you can change these charts themselves, and then you could save it as a layout, but the auto drawing of it's still going to work the way that it works from this scan itself. And you can't add a scan into this and have it auto draw for you there. It's only going to be these scans in the anchored VWAP channel that do that. I mean, I think there's other anchored VWAP channel or scans in here, right? So let's see. We've got the daily and the IPO 2.0. Let's go with the weekly. I think this weekly will auto draw it, right? Yeah, so these weeklies will auto draw it as well. All right. So you can pick which scans you want in here. Or, you can add them and you could have them all in here. You can get rid of these price alerts. You can get rid of charts, and you could redo this. It won't save into the channel, right? The channel is going to be what we push out to everybody saved on our servers. But you could then right click and go save or share to cloud on that channel. And you could have it my custom anchored VWAP and how you want it between all those scans that are in there. That's all you can do for editing on that. And you can also, anything that you want indicator wise, I mean, you could add and take away indicators up here. They don't, if you put like an SMA, it's always going to be on that chart, assuming you save it on there and you save it to that layout or that window or anything like that. But you can't there's no anchored VWAP auto drawing outside of this here. You can manually draw anchored VWAPs, with you click on the pencil here and then select the anchor, and you can anchor it from the candle that you want it there as well. Have in mind also, SIL is not a good measure of strength in silver, one stock. Right, you mentioned that the other day, Patrick. I forgot that. That's right. Yep, you mentioned that the other day. That slips my mind. That always slips my mind with that. I'm watching anchored VWAP really closely. I'm learning. When looking for pinch, agree 3-5%. What am I looking for? I'm not really sure, Peter, what you mean by that exactly. Sorry, I closed the channel. Let me open it again. I'm not sure what you mean by the 3 to 5%. Get rid of some of these charts. I don't really care for those charts. Let me look at it like this. I don't know what you mean by the 3 to 5%. If you could elaborate on that for me a little bit. But things that I would look at is, looking at this here. This is in a downtrend. So is this likely to test to the downside here on the anchored VWAP and find support and move up, or fail and move down. Now, which one is it likely to do? We have no idea. But currently it is on a downtrend right now, and it is definitely, without any question, under pressure. So this isn't something I'd be running into. But as far as that 3 to 5%, if you can give me some more details what you mean with that. Let's see here. What else is happening around the horn? Market itself, wobbling around. 410 is the big line in the sand. I know a lot of people talk about 420 on the SPY. I would say right now 410 is the line. Let's edit this. By edit, I just want to extend it a little bit. And so, we're really taking a shot at breaking the downtrend still, right? A little Elliott wave action there, and see if we can't get a new primary going on here out of this. Guess we'd call that a running flat. I'd call it a running flat anyways. For now, it's a running flat. We'll see what happens here for those of you that do Elliott wave or no Elliott wave. But yeah, 410 seems to be the big line right now. Just looking at that here, here and here and in here and there and here. That seems to be it right there, the real big line as far as I'm concerned right now. We poked up over it, failed. Poked up over it, failed. And, we're really getting ourselves in a fairly tight range here. I think we've got this range that started here. All right. We, poked up over it, went down, violated it, back up, violated it, and now the range is tightened up to here from down in here, right? From down here. So, make of these things what you will. That's what I kind of meant. I said something nimble and something, or something and nimble before Barry left. And that's what I mean by that, is that we're going to find these stocks that are going to make moves, and they're going to look alpha for a few moments, whether that's 5 or 10 or 15 minutes on a chart, contrary to what the market's doing. And all of a sudden, they just either start to move more in lockstep with the market, or for whatever reason the buyers were in for that short period of time, that's it. That's all they were in. So give you a few examples of things from today. I mean, look at BURU, right? Big move up. Now it's just kind of floundering around here. Maybe, some kind of action later. I'm going to move that around. IFRX, this one holding up a little nicer actually. And I'm going to stick a alert right around where VWAP's hanging around. VWAP is hanging around now. But these things lost that alpha for now anyways. There's something else I was looking at. Oh, MOR. This one's hanging around here. So this one, keeping an eye here. This is really held up around this area. These are the other things I'm looking at though. It's up above the VWAP a good amount, but volume is really dried up in that right here. So we could see the relative volume obviously still kicking from what it did here, but the liquidity is really, really dried up for now. But anyways, kind of what my 2 cents. I asked that question on the program, and I think Brian said that the percent difference between the two lines. You might want to reach out to Brian then, Peter. I'm not familiar with that from Brian. I couldn't comment on what he said or didn't say as far as that goes. I did watch the webinar. I was in the crowd and with the spectators like everybody else, but I didn't take everything in that he said. In full confession, I was cooking dinner when that was going on. So, Brian, if you ping him on Twitter, so you might be able to get an answer there. I'm trying to think of what that might reference, though. Maybe trying to find things that aren't more than 3 to 5% away from the anchorings. That might be what he means there, Peter. I'm trying to think, find stuff that's, that maybe things that are 3 to 5% below the upper pinch. Maybe you're bearish, and things that are 3 to 5% above the lower or bullish. Maybe he meant something like that. I might look into some things like that is where I would point you towards, as far as me just making a shot in the dark here with it. Just joining, purchase anchored VWAP program. Didn't know how to use it. Can you walk us through the columns and what we should be zeroing on? So, I think that's very subjective. I don't think there's anything you should be narrowing in on. I think that's going to be what you want to narrow in on, right? I'm not an ATR person. I couldn't care less about ATR. It means absolutely nothing to me. But, perhaps you do care about ATR, right? I care about volume. This means a lot to me. So this is a column I'd be focusing on, right? Something that to this point in the day has traded 129,000 shares on the day, I'm not really that interested in, to be honest. Something that's traded 78,000 shares on the day, I'm even less interested in, right? Something that's traded 618,000 shares on the day, I'm a little more interested in. So these are things, this is where it becomes extremely subjective, Toronto. Position in the year rating, I'm going to be interested in that, to be honest, because I don't want to buy stuff that's in a wicked downtrend for the year, right? So let's go through some of these, right? So RCUS, this one, all right, position on the year, right? So it started the year, it opened the year up here, right? And traded down and then moved up and then traded down. So as compared to where it was to where it is, still in a pretty solid downtrend. However, if we break this VWAP to the upside, and I just happen to have this line drawn there, I don't remember when I drew it. I could have drew that line 5 years ago, literally. When we break that anchored VWAP to the upside, and I bet this pivot line has some significance to it too, might be something that's worth looking at. And so this is going to be this anchored VWAP, I'm guessing, based on this gap down and recent lows. Looks like that recent low was drawn from that bottoming shadow there. So that's something that's interesting to me. That is actually interesting to me. And if it breaks up above that, $20 doesn't seem unreasonable to come up and get that, right? So that's something I'd be pointing you at, or how I would be pointing you at how I personally look at this anyways. You may not like what I'm pointing out here. Now let's look at sorry, I want to get rid of that there. Let's look at one of these other scans here. RSI, it's 14-day RSI. I'm not crazy about RSI. For a hot minute I was. Position and lifetime range, that I'm very big on position and lifetime ranges, right? So you got this stock here, and we're looking at a position and lifetime range, and so it's anchoring from here. All right, I'm not crazy. Well, let's get rid of that one. That's 38,000 shares on the day. Let's find something a little more palatable. But I'm going to look at stocks that have more volume and then look at the position lifetime range on it. That's how I would use this. That's how personally I would use this. Here's an interesting one, right? So we've got this VTLE, 700,000 shares traded on the day. All right, position and lifetime range. Now let's look at it. Oh, this is pullback to IPO and position and lifetime range, right? So we can see what the position and lifetime range is currently right here. About midway through right now. All right. Here's its IPO. Here's its all-time high, right? And we're sitting here, and there's the all-time low. So, yeah, we're sitting just about in the middle. 54% is what it's saying. All right. And if this thing gets a little interest in it, It's sitting up above that. We're looking at here and here as levels. So these are things that I'd be looking at, how I would personally be using it if I was using it. I am currently not using it. As I mentioned the other day, I'm going to start to look to incorporate this maybe a little bit more into my swing trading. And I need some more capital for that, though. The capital that I have for swing trading is kind of allocated at the moment with what I already do, but I am always willing to add something like this. The reason why I'm willing to take a harder look at this versus other systems that are out there, let's call it, is because there's no subjectivity to the anchored VWAP itself. It's the truth. Whether I can apply it or not, and then what other metrics I want to apply to it that I would use normally, that remains to be seen. But what do I mean by the anchor VWAP is the truth? You can't argue with price and volume. Those things exist. Now, I can argue with someone to say, this amount above an SMA is bullish, or this amount below an SMA is bullish, or, this RSI looks bullish, or this RSI looks bearish, right? With the anchored VWAP, I'm not saying, or it's not saying this is bullish or bearish. This is saying where people were interested the most and when they were interested the most. That's it. There can be no argument made about that because price and volume tell us where and why, or where and when people were interested, not the why. The why is always going to be, who cares? I don't care. Sorry, I'm trying to add volume to these charts because I don't really care for this chart without volume on there. Add. Modify color. Let's go. Let's see if that works the way I want it to. And there's that. Edit. Volume. Use up and down. Set color. That's what I was missing. Hadn't done this in a while. Set color. Red. Okay. Save. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right. So, and looking at this here, looking at volume here, and where did we have some of the, the biggest volume was on these down draws through here. And now we got a little more upside volume coming up through here. So these are the kind of things that I would personally be looking at, and then you could take those things and make them your own, or use them exactly as I'm describing, or, you could take some of what I'm saying and add in other things for yourselves. Let me know if that helps, Toronto. If you have more questions, fire them away for me, whether it's Toronto or anybody else. These are the things that I would look at. Let's look at some other, I guess, there's nothing else coming in. Let's look at some other anchor VWAP stuff in here. So we've got pinch play, pullback, daily, large gap, from IPO, pinch weekly, pinch pullback. I look this pullback daily. Let's take a look at some interesting stuff in here, or what I might consider interesting. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do with interesting is I want to look at volume. I'm maybe campaign Michael to put in, see if we can put like an average volume for 30 days in here or something like that. I'd like to see a little more volume metrics in here personally. VIPs. So that's interesting. Why is that interesting? This is why. We've got a stock that's got decent volume here, at least today anyways. And its 6-month range, sitting fairly nice. Over the last year, sitting right there as well. Because that's where the high is, and we're pushing back to the low here versus the high. Now, that's a recent low, and look at how this has supported it all the way through. Now, one thing I do remember Brian saying from the webinar, and one thing that is in the CMT text that I've been going over for the last year plus, is the more touches of a line, the more significant that line is, and the more likely that line is to get violated, right? And if this were to break that, we could be looking at down here back to that level from whence it came, right? I would say $15 is also, as a pivot line, fairly significant above this. And if we were to see any increase in volume to the buy side moving up into 15 and once again finding support off that anchored VWAP, I think you might have a shot up to 15 and change here. If not, and this fails that anchored VWAP, then I think you have a shot down to 13 and a quarter, give or take, down here. So this is setting up for me actually some nice if-then scenarios pointed out handedly by this pullback, a VWAP scan. So you still need to go to the strategy and select which one you prefer. Didn't know that. So just right click the window and pull them up. Yep, absolutely. You could pull more up here. Watch this. I can go duplicate here. So see that it's here now. And I've got 2 anchored VWAPs there, right? 2 anchored VWAP pullback 1.0. And now I could come in here and I could select the strategy on this one. And I could go to anchored VWAP and I could say, I want this one to be the pullback weekly. So now I've got the pullback weekly. I could throw another one in here too. I could once again duplicate here. And now you can see in here, I've got 3 using that down arrow because there's not enough space for it to be tabbed up here. There's the pullback weekly that, the second one that we've got. And I could say strategy and I could change this one here. Because these aren't, this isn't day trading stuff in here. Not for me anyways. I think this is more swing trading stuff right now. Not saying it couldn't be used as day trading. Any scan could be literally used for anything. That's up to you, how you want to interpret the data coming out of that chart. My point being here is, though, in its current setup, it's more likely that people are going to use this more for swing trading. And then I could throw another one, the large gap in here. And so now look, I've got the pullback weekly, the big gap, and the pullback 1.0. I've got all 3 in this one window here, and I could switch back and forth between all of those right there. When you say functionality, do you mean like kind of examples of how the windows would be used and what they're looking at? Because Michael is making those videos as we speak to go on the user guide. So where all the other Market Explorer stuff is done with videos in the user guide, let me get that out for you. Let me get you a link. Okay, so we're on this page here, the user guide, and we came down to the Market Explorer. All right, Michael's done a whole mess of videos in here already. All these 3-line strike and all this. There's videos in most, if not all, of these. He's doing videos for all the anchored VWAP ones now. They're not out yet, as far as I know. Usually he posts them to us first to take a look at them before he gets them out on to the site, just to make sure we don't pick off any errors or anything we're missing on it before it gets public. So you could check this out here and check back every once in a while. That's for anybody that's there. And that's for the overall Market Explorer. Because with the exception of this anchored VWAP stuff, the rest of the Market Explorer for the time being is for standard and premium subscribers. So the default windows will always be in this here. So look, see how I've changed this right here? I made all those edits to this right here. I changed the charts and all that. If I go like this, anchored VWAP again, and I click on the channel again, boom, it's reset to the defaults. So you could always come back to the defaults again, right? Because the defaults will always live in the channel bar no matter what you do. If you want what you did saved, you can save it to your own cloud. But like all other channels, you cannot change the channel bar. You cannot save the edits to the channel bar itself. That will not fly, because we hold that on our servers and push that out to all you folks. I think I'm covering everything well. And I saw some other stuff come in here from KR. So hi, Chris. I traded DLO, PTG, overall made money, but it's way too many trades and commissions add up. Out of these, which ones would you have taken? This is going to be kind of a hindsight's 2020. So let me just minimize that. Let me pull up some of these charts. DLO. Hindsight's going to be 2020 on these. I mean, DLO with that gap down and go was beautiful because let's just look here. Look at where we've got room to on this for a gap down and go trade. I mean, that's a beautiful short right there, especially if you got that on a 14 break. I mean, you came back up and tested 14, and then you sat down here real beautiful before a really nice release. So I wouldn't be kicking DLO out. Again, hindsight's 2020. PTGX, we already discussed that earlier with Barry, but in case you weren't here, that's the same thing. Look at all the room to this down here to the side. I mean, another beautiful one. When we make that 20 break, I mean, pull back up to 20 a few times, but you had a lot of opportunities in here on the short. And then when it broke low a day again here, I mean, what a beautiful release. So on the short side, I wouldn't be kicking either one of those out. And I mean, unless you're trading like 5 or 6 or 7, 8, 10,000 shares through IB, I mean, the commission shouldn't be hurting you that bad, I don't think. I mean, when I'm trading a few hundred shares, I'm trading 5, 6, 7, 800 shares through IB. I mean, we're talking, $4 or $5 round trip essentially. So if I'm making, I'm making a few hundred per trade, $5, $6, $7 should not be hurting you on those trades. AI. And I mean, there's plenty of brokers that are free commission brokers too. I mean, I'm not even using IB anymore. I'm using Thinkorswim mostly now. I have a small account in IB that I kind of not even using that much anymore. AI is one of those ones that kind of just stay away from in general, to be honest. But again, with AI, let's draw some lines here. This was a move here, but, AI just kind of funnier. Is it going to find support here? Is it going to find support here? Is it going to find support here? Obviously did not find support in any of those places. It's trying to find support down here somewhere. So I like the other two better than AI to start with. SNES was a scalper, was an absolute scalper. So I'd throw that one out as compared to the rest. I could tell you that already. Same with IFRX. This is actually, no, man, I'm not paying attention to this here. I'm not paying attention to my price alerts. If this takes out 6 again, I'm interested in this. Let me get the price alert up there. I'm interested in this one right now, as a matter of fact. I would have actually liked to have seen it broke the VWAP there. But I didn't get that. I was, busy chatting up with you folks here. Anywho, I had a price alert set there just over 6. Actually, I just want that down a little bit. Sitting right there, just under 6. There it goes. There it goes. Boom, gone. What a pop through there. I'm really, oh well. Anyways, nothing I can do about it. I was likely to take this up above that 570. I missed it. IFRX is, it's a fine trade as far as, do one more of these. I want to bog down to, I had to probably skip this CLDX as compared to the other ones. Not enough, not as much room, right? Look at that here, broke the 35, I guess. I'm going to break a 35, trying to ride it down to 34. It's okay. If a gun is to my head, I'd have probably, I'd probably kick that off the list as opposed to some of the others. FRX. I don't know what BFRX is. I don't get a chart here for BFRX. Maybe it was a typo. I wouldn't have traded this. I'd have been unlikely to trade this. Although I say that and I put a price alert here. as compared to the rest. But see, I don't mind some of these plays, and with just several hundred shares, even with IB, it's only $3 or $4 round trip, But with this here, you got this level that it got rejected right off that level right there, right? So it's kind of stayed true to what it was, hanging around this level down here, and we can see it coordinate with this area over here, and got rejected off that level, and we can see it coordinate with that level there. So those are my things on there. If we are watching today a stock in the AVWAP scanner, does it stay for a few days in the scanner? I think it depends on how many alerts are coming through. It can only host so many in there at once. So I don't know exactly what the numbers that it can host in there, but I know I think it's a combination of kicking stocks out every couple of days versus also if there's just too many alerts in there, period, and kicking out the earlier alerts. So I think there's a combination there of the two of those. My concern is if we are waiting for the stock to bounce up from AVWAP and the bounce happens 2 days, how can we keep track of those? I create a watch list and or put them on price alerts. Those are the two things I would tell you to do there, Rakesh. I would say either one of those or both of those. Either a watch list with put it with a top list. You can right click, send to, and you could create a watch list here and say my AVWAP watch list and then attach it to a top list. And you could even, again, if you customize this channel yourself, you could have that top list live in here, tab behind one of these other windows, or you get rid of one of these charts if you wanted, or whatever it is, and then have that top list only look at the stocks you've sent to it from the AVWAP. That's how I would do this. I wanted to screen further in these windows with stock scores so trashy stocks didn't appear. I would tell you the same thing that I just said for Rakesh there, Toronto. I would pick the ones that I want, send them to a top list. Now, normally when I have a top list that's a watch list, there's no filters in it for me. But this would be one where you could stick the score filter in there and put a minimum. And so stocks that you sent over there that don't meet the score filter wouldn't populate on there. And so this is how we could do that. I could go from the menu bar, I can go new top list, right? And I'm going to, I'm going to give it a symbols list here. We'll just call it my liked personal. I'm going to use, all right, my liked personals, but you could create one. I'm under the guise that you already know how to create a top list. And then you could go to Windows specific filters. I don't have score in there. I'd come back here to say score, right? Composite rating, click on that, add that filter, give it I don't know what you're going to consider quality. I'll put 80 in there for fun. Bang. All right. There's that top list. All right. And now on the symbols list, it's only looking at that list, and I press OK. Here's that top list. All right. And now I can go duplicate into anchored VWAP and duplicate it up here, but I could put it anywhere. So I could put it behind here. And now that top list is here. And, I could select and send to symbols list, and it's on the my liked, obviously, and send it there. And things that don't populate there, ain't meeting that there, right? Now, I did it on the my liked. So obviously that's going to have some more holdbacks because you have to heart or unheart based on things like that. But you could create, once again, you could create a symbols list that's called my anchor VWAP list or whatever you want to call it. Put it in here just like I did in that exercise there and have it live there, so on and so forth. Chris, the problem is that all these moves are happening simultaneously. So multiple trades simultaneously, so much trades in and out, times trade at all. I get that, KR. That's gonna be a subjective thing to you. In hindsight, we could always go back and say, gee, that one moved more, so that should have been the one I got on, but you had no chance at that time. The only thing you can do is, when you're pulling those up, you can look and say, how far does this have to run, or how far does it have possibly to run? Because we never know how far it's going to run. Or we could just say, to ourselves, that's got a whole dollar if it breaks that whole number to move up or down, whatever it happens to be. Now, those were, I think, a lot of short trades mostly there. There were a few longs mixed in, but that's, that's going to be on you. And, that's where some speed's going to come in and things like that. And, how much confirmation do you need? What is your confirmation you need to take that trade, essentially? So those are going to be the things that I'd point you towards. Really looking at that ratio of risk reward. Every one of those trades had a risk level on it that I hope you were looking at. Everyone had a reward level that I hope you were looking at. And then from there, deciding which of those ratios do you feel is more power and conducive to your confirmation for getting into that trade after the scans brought it to your attention. CSX should hold the 20-day. I have no idea if it should hold the 20-day. Not a clue. I actually stopped looking at the 20-day. Actually, I haven't stopped looking. I haven't looked at a 20-day SMA, and I couldn't even tell you how long. It's probably been almost 2 years since I looked at a 20-day SMA. If you create a top list, does it draw a VWAP automatically? Unfortunately, it will not draw automatically. The only scans that are going to draw automatically are these ones in here. That's it. That's all you're going to get. So, but you could look at the top list and give a quick drawing from there. It's easy to see where these big gaps are and things like that. So, is the date column there to show when the ticker appeared first time on the VWAP window? I see on the pullback window tickers are showing up 2x for April 4 and 5th Y 2x. What is something in there cause it to alert twice? Give me a ticker that's on there twice, and maybe we can deduce something together here. The pullback. Which pullback won? So Michael and Steve are going to do another webinar in the not too distant future on the Anchor VWAP again. So there will be that. So keep your eye peeled for that, Rakesh. And then, I think Michael is going to be really in love with this channel. I suspect that his noon sessions on Tuesdays for the next several Tuesdays will be very heavy with these. So I would be looking, I'd be looking to his Tuesday sessions for that as well.
I don't think Chris can hear me.
Pull back to IPO. Okay. So pull back to IPO. Oh, it's right in front of me. Yeah. So for whatever reason, this is meeting the scan both yesterday and today. Whatever there is out there for IPOs, so I'm guessing there's somehow a list of IPOs. It probably looks back X amount of trading days, the scan, and then anything that meets, these VWAP items that are in there are going to get alerted. The columns, I don't have anything to do with the alert themselves. The columns are just data that for whatever reason, Michael has decided will be relevant to have as columns. VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. I've been saying, ask these guys, Barry, I swear, I've said VWAP a bunch of times. Just keep going back and forth. You're supposed to be on break anyways.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I just threw them in.
Oh, okay. Now, the reason I'm popping in, though, it wasn't to berate you about
I know.
VWAP, but I'm listening to Chris, or I was looking at, who was it, KR, talking about simultaneous trades. Okay, most of these things are coming at the same time. I think the only way that can happen typically is if you're trying to trade in the first minute of the day. Okay. And that's why you hear me say, like if I were you, I would probably wait 15 minutes, because I don't think you're going to find them. All those stocks that you looked at were setting up the same way after 15 minutes. And look at DLO. DLO didn't set up until 10 o'clock Eastern time, as an example. That came from my 10-day daily breakdown. But, and you know, as I always say, you're right. So sometimes you'll miss one that just keeps running right from the beginning. You'll miss one. But this may help you because it sounds like you're getting frustrated by trying to take so many stocks at the same time and not really having a way to figure out the proper setup, put stops in and all that. You're absolutely right. If you're trying to look at 30 stocks, I mean, there's no way. So well, KR, if then it shouldn't be happening that after 10 or 15 minutes that everything is triggering all at the same time, unless I'm just missing something. Because it can't all be setting up. Just because they were moving in the first 10 to 15 minutes doesn't mean that they've set up correctly. But I would wait. I'm sorry, Chris.
You don't apologize. Why is this not? There we go. It wasn't loading in a single stock window. No, you know, I hadn't even considered that, you know, any of that, to be honest. So.
Well, okay, but you're in a 20 to 30 minute time frame. Well, that to me is not simultaneous. I mean, if you're basically, you know, intraday day trading these, I mean, that should be plenty of time to first of all, I mean, Chris, you can ask him, but I mean, how many stocks are you in at the same time? I mean, I'm rarely in more than 2 myself. And it's kind of not just because I'm moderating a room and I'm, you know, tugged in a few directions. Even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I'm rarely in more than 2 stocks at the same time. And that's just a personal plan. 3 max. Well, 3 max, that should be good. I don't see. And if you're waiting, and if it's in a 20 to 30 minute time frame, I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I know Chris went over some of the stocks that you had on your list, and he pointed out. You know, certainly DLO and maybe the PGTX and all that, but maybe you have to refine what you think is a good setup.
Yeah, I would point towards that, and you know what you're using for confirmation to get into the trade as well. Maybe have a look at that as well.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like I mean, if you're waiting 10 to 15 minutes and you're in no more than 3 stocks at the same time, I mean, it really shouldn't be that big a deal then. And as Chris pointed out, I mean, commissions are so cheap now, either free or the horrors of half a cent a share for Interactive brokers.
Yeah. Now, if you're if you're on a smaller account, then I know that the commissions can eat you up. You know, if you're really trading just, you know, a few shares, and I was there once upon a time, you know, so that I do get, then you might want to consider, you know, one of the free brokers. I would lean you, I'd lean you towards that. I wouldn't lean you to a specific broker. You know, they all have their goods and bads. I've used a number of brokers over the years, and I can make complaints about all of them.
But you're a complaining sort of a guy, Chris.
Generally speaking, yes. That's what I like to do. Mom said, stick to what you're good at.
Yeah, I kid you.
This IFRX, I really, you know.
Yeah, I'm sort of the same boat with you. Seeing if it can really get through 6 in a big way.
Yeah, you know.
Because I mean, the high is 726.
Yeah, I've got my finger on the trigger, but you know, as I always say, I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside. You know, I would like to see, you know, this volume here stick up a little bit more. That's what I would really like to see. A little more volume, because we had that on the 5-minute chart. We have that nice volume candle that's there, and we see it's tapered off a little bit here. And this next candle is going to be really light compared to the last 3 on the 5-minute chart there.
I have a 5-minute chart on my other monitor, and yeah, there's some really big topping tails now on the last. Like, not the current 5-minute, but the previous 3. There was some pretty big topping tails.
Yeah, so that's kind of got me held up here for now. And there you go. Exactly. So that is why patience is a virtue well rewarded. And while it can often lead to missing a trade, as I said, you know, if I miss a trade, I can't lose money. That's all there is to it, you know. And what I'm trying to do every trade personally, anyway, is not lose money. Is what I'm trying to do. If I cannot lose money on every trade, then I'm likely to make it.
I heard you say also, you know, use price alerts. So I mean, the thing is that you put a price alert for that one, maybe at, I don't know, 610, 615.
Yep.
Let it clear that whole number with, relatively significantly. And if it doesn't happen, then you just don't take the trade. I mean, it's really, and it can save you. I mean, it's coming back. It's interesting. I mean, it is trying to come back. But you want to answer Mark? I know how I'd answer him.
Yes. Well, all right. If you're loading channels themselves, it's always going to open to your main monitor. Sorry, just watching this IFRX.
Yeah, I know.
Bump that price alert up so it stops tempting me right now. So if you're loading channels there, Mark, you got to, it's going to always load to one monitor. Now, if you want Trade Ideas to load to multiple monitors, there's my timer for Barry. If you want it to load, right now I've got multiple screens and I've got scans on other screens right now. So that's going to put me in. Scaled a little bit in on IFRX. Let's see what happens. I'm in, Barry, but small to start.
Not me yet.
So what you want to do is come to Tools, Options, and go to Layouts and look for Open Relative to Main Window and check that. Now, I've never needed it checked personally. Everything opens where I want it to always, but that's just me. So, get things arranged how you want. Get this open relative to main window checked and save that, and then save your layout. And that's where it should, that's where it should go. That's where it should live for you after that, Mark.
Yeah. So if Mark, if you put your toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar, the top left-hand corner of what you call your second monitor, that is sort of going to be the main monitor. And then you arrange everything the way you want. It should work then, just like Chris is saying. Just go through that process, and when you exit Trade Ideas and come back, Trade Ideas should open on that second monitor.
Exactly. Yes.
There you go.
Go. So give that a try, Mark. But like I said, if you're opening, docked windows or channel bar windows, they're going to be grouped all together out of the channel bar like that. Now you could rearrange all those windows how you want on the monitors and then save that as a layout and then open it from the cloud and do it like that. And then it would open from there how you had saved it as well. And again, I point you towards that relative to main window as well for that too. And so, here's something I think people don't realize. So if, let's say, I want to save this as a layout, but without it being a layout, also I added to it, but right before that burst. Yes. And I'm out some already.
I'm not, well, I got in later than you. I was waiting. I had literally waiting for a 617. And so I'm out some now, but I was waiting. You got in a little earlier than me. How fun is this? A little live trading, Chris and Barry.
Yes.
We got to do a show together.
We should.
I don't know what it would, I'm not sure what the topic would be, but I mean, we should do a show together. But seriously, that was exciting.
That was, yes.
I mean, it's great when a plan comes together. You were just a little earlier than me. And it's so funny because I had 617 on the ask and I had my hand on the submit button. And while you were talking, and it hit 616, and I think I hit submit, and that was it. So 616.
If it can get above the body of this candle here on that 5-minute chart, and then we're looking at maybe a shot at 7 again. So
so, look at this.
Yes,
look at this.
Yes. Oh, this just made my month.
Well, that's sad. No.
Well, considering, how tough some of this trading has been for me over the last several weeks, I've kind of forced the issue recently and enforced it. That's all there is to it.
And we should explain to people, it's not that the trades haven't worked so much. It's as that Chris has tugged in so many different directions that he hasn't really been able to trade as much as he'd like to. So that's when he talks about it being tough. It's not so much that, man, every trade I'm taking, it's terrible. I don't think he meant that. It just means
Yes, there's just a lot of days where, see some really great setups early on, set the price alerts, and next thing you know, 45 emails and 16 conversations later, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a stock market going on today. So, all right, last thing I want to show that I think a lot of people don't understand about layouts and saving layouts, and especially with the cloud, is this. So if I go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and if I click Entire Layout, it saves it as a layout. And I can only have one layout opened at a time. That's it. But notice how it put all these check marks in these boxes over here, right? So that's it saving every window that I have open as part of a layout. However, I could do this too. I could go File, Save or Share to Cloud. Do not check entire layout, and I could still go through and check every one of these boxes if I wanted, or any 5 boxes or any 10 boxes or any 15 boxes, whatever it is. I could save all those like that. And then if I save it like that, it's technically thinking it's one window, even though it's a whole bunch of windows. And I could open that into a layout and not have it replace the current layout that I have open. What you need to be careful with doing with that is all of a sudden you do that with a few different one windows that are all 5 and 10 windows, and you open all of them, and next thing you know, you have 35 windows open. You have no idea where everything is. And then you're like, oh my God, performance monitor's red, the software's lagging, I can't do anything, so on and so forth. So that's the good, the bad, and the ugly with saving things like that. Sometimes you want it as a whole layout and you want to be able to open it and you want to replace what's up there already. Sometimes you want to open it into another layout, and that's how I would do that anyways. So that's my pearls of wisdom for the day. I got nothing else. And hopefully, Mark, that all kind of helped and answered questions for you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of laughing the way you ended that. I got nothing else. Okay. I can
I have
take over
lots
now,
else.
Chris.
I could talk because I just like the sound of my own voice. So
Yeah. Are you in a meeting now, or is that?
No, it's Wednesday.
Oh,
No, next Wednesday I
good
have one
good
with
for
Trade the
you.
Pool, but
Okay.
that's it. Nothing else for today. I'm all
Okay.
done.
All done. And we don't have a marketing meeting, so yeah, we can play for the rest of the afternoon without being disrupted.
That's right. I can see emails are not piling up, but there's definitely
Yeah.
emails in there that I suspect one or two will be for me.
All right, Chris. Thanks so much again, especially for filling in for, well, I guess Steve really.
Yes.
So that's excellent of you. And have a great weekend. If we don't, well, I guess we'll talk tomorrow. Yeah,
I'll see you tomorrow. I mean, for at
Yep.
least a short bit in the marketing meeting. We'll
Sure.
see how long I can last in that and how long you can last in that.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, everybody.
Talk to
Thanks
you
for
later.
listening to me a second day. And thank you, Barry. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Okay, guys. Let me just get my music going. Just give me a moment here. And get in all the rooms, unmute myself in all the rooms. And get rid of this, my announcement. Okay, guys. So for those of you in the main room and the few that are in Discord, Chris and I actually did a live trade on IFRX. Chris took it a little earlier than me. I think he got in around 60, I don't know, 6:05. And I got in at 6:16, a little bit later. I actually said to him, he said, I'm in. I said, I'm waiting just a little bit longer. And I got in at 6:16, taking some out, of course. Who knows where this is going? Maybe it can break through 7. Excuse me. So that was fun. That was kind of a live go at it with the IFRX. And the key was, of course, just holding 6 for a while and then really accelerating off that 6. And now, let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, the GME is still, I'm still interested. Maybe if it gets back down to one of the 2120s, I might take another look at it. You guys are talking about SVRE, SVRE. Ugh, ugly, yeah. Big spike up, right back down. That did not show up on any of mine. Reason being is that the relative volume is putrid. Yeah, the volume is putrid. 33,000 shares, 0.11 on the relative volume. So that's why it would not show up on any of my scans. That doesn't make it a bad trade. It just means I wouldn't see it. Did ATNF do the dirty thing and make an offering midday? ATNF? No, you can see exactly that it did. $3 million at what price? $1.78, $1.91, $1.91. So it's not quite at that price. Yeah, yeah. I'll never agree with this. Never, 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 never agree with it. Keep that lawn mowed, William. We'll see you tomorrow. So AT&F got halted on that news, and now it's resumed. So Mark, did that make sense to you regarding how to make trade ideas open on a specific monitor? Did that make sense to you? What we did? Because I have 3 monitors as an example. That was a bit of a rush paradox, to be able to do it kind of live. We were talking about it and talking about it, and waiting for maybe sort of the second 6 break. I was just a little less, a little more conservative than Chris. I wanted to see it really break through 6. I see Top showed up in this. Hmm. So Top showed up here just as I was on my break. No, even this one. I don't know how easy it would have been to get at 5:30. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread's not terrible. So Top showed up at 5:30 and it got down to 460. I mean, it's a great percentage move before Top popped right up again. And this is almost a lifetime low. We were getting close. I guess this must be the lifetime low down here for Top, around the 350 mark. So again, guys, only 2 alerts on the downside. And look at them, especially the DLO. Guys, keep an eye on the PPL here. I mean, this is just a sneaky one. It's got as high as 28.35. It is still through the 200-day moving average and the VWAP, which are both the same, 28.08, interestingly. And again, the next high is that right? 29.12? Yeah, sorry. 28.53 is the next high. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, if it can take out that, then the next high is 29.14. But it's been pretty steady. I talked about this one earlier on in the day. We only had that one red candle and then straight up. And finally, when it hit 28.35, we had, starting to jog around a little bit. Yeah, Chris is long gone, Paradox. Oh man, this one is almost an all-time low. KZR, almost an all-time low. How can I tell? It says position in lifetime range, 0.4%. Bring up a monthly chart and just see where that might be. Yeah, I think yeah, 218 looks like the lifetime low for KZR, right around here. So I see this YS didn't get stopped out. 143 is the stop. Probably got really close. This is in the simulator. Yeah, look at that. Got to 145. Got down to 145. It got down to 145 before it popped up a little bit. So it did not get, I wanted to leave it there just to show you how, the stop works and how it would take me out, but it didn't take me out. Keep an eye on Pali, Pali. I think it's doing something around the VWAP, 215. Yeah, it's doing something around the VWAP. Now this is ugly underneath that VWAP. Look at all the choppiness. But it may, if it holds this VWAP area, 215, got up to 227. The high of a couple of days ago was 249, and of course, way up here at 305. Had some news today, enrollment of its first patient, and I think that I got something written down here. It appeared that the fact that they were able to enroll a patient in its phase 3 that kicked in some kind of a payment from whoever they're doing this with. Okay. And of course, it's a super low float, 2 million in the float. They're really not trading that much, though. On the other, well, the problem is there's a relative volume of 0.51. It is really skewed because we had a 40 million a day here, or 31 million a day there, and that can't be right. Yeah, so it was a 31 million day and then a 40 million day. So the fact that it's, 1 million isn't terrible with a 2 million float. It's the relative volume that is suffering because it's looking back and seeing these days. So pretty tough for it to have a high relative volume because it's looking back over a few days, comparing the volumes, and Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. By the way, WAL, it's showing up on a scan here. WAL, this must be me. Ah, that's what happened. Ooh, crazy action here. I wonder if that's real. That actually happened. Big topping tail and a big bottoming tail for WAL. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. So what time is it? 13, say 13:15, 125. So I should be back no later than 125. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, GME, I mean, it's over the VWAP. I guess that's all I can say about it. Over the VWAP. VWAP is 2162, so it is over the VWAP. Catching a bid, obviously, from the maybe the memers. I don't know. No counting for taste. BCLI. BCLI is a short. This is shortable for me. This is sort of an interesting one. Yeah, maybe not. 285. There might be too much support around 280. Well, maybe not. Breaking down through the VWAP, 281 is the VWAP, so it's down below the VWAP. But you know what? The 200-day is 261, so just not enough room for me to legitimately take that trade. Now, look, if I took the short at 285 and it got down to 261, sure. Problem is, there'd be a lot of people looking at that 200-day moving average who maybe have shorted it above where I might want to short it, who would start to trade it out before it hit that 200-day. And so, but if somebody would guarantee me that I could take it right now and it would go down to the 200-day, okay. So right now, guys, I'm in nothing. I'm in just wait and see mode to see if anything else appears. This PPL could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, what a strong day it had. Definitely trading against the trend of the overall market. Just don't see any news on it. Has earnings coming up about a month from now, but I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. Electric power distribution in Kentucky. Well, I'm not seeing too many things setting up. Look at the DLO just made another new low. Oh boy, where could it go? Let's see, 4.9% lifetime range. So takes out 12. Probably watch it tomorrow. For one of two things can happen. We can get a continuation down, or you know what? We could get a little bit of a bounce from people looking for to bottom fish. All right, guys, I'm going to take a look at some of the ones from the bounce scans. A little late for the tech. 4094, 4153. Boy, PTGX keeps making a new low, guys. So they did the financing at 20, I think. Yeah, so 5 million shares at $20, raising 100 million. So today, market's not liking that today. A lot of money to raise though, and not too far off the high, $25 up in this range. So they're able to do it at $20. So we'll see if the market relaxes tomorrow for PTGX. It sort of has absorbed the idea of a financing. 5 million shares coming on, so diluting a little bit. Okay, so for those of you who have paid for the add-on, the $49, that gets you access to this channel, the Anchored VWAP channel. You also have access that others don't. If you click on New and then the Market Explorer, and then right click and go down, hover over Select Strategy, this box will pop up, and you notice there are some other VWAP scans here, okay? Now, these are the ones, I'm not sure why these haven't been added to the channel yet, but unless I have, and I just don't see them. But these are available to you also. Let me just see this new stop channel bar. Sometimes there's a little down arrow. No, no, these are the only two on in the channel itself. Let's take a look at some of these things. Now, these are mainly for swing trades, but they can set up for the day trades. If I think anyway, if the pinch is pretty narrow. And what you're seeing here, so these lines are automatically drawn on the weekly and the daily charts, those purple lines you see. So when you click on an alert, so let's take a look at NEO. So, I mean, this looks really weak, obviously, guys. I mean, if this takes out this lower line here, I mean, look on the weekly and the daily. I mean, the next low is looking left on the daily at 13. So, this sort of sets up, even for somebody who is not going to swing trade necessarily. But you can see that, I mean, if it breaks down below that lower anchored VWAP line, this could turn into a nice little short. So that's what you do. You just kind of go through them. The same thing with the Moderna. I mean, if it broke above, that is sort of your buy signal. So MODN actually has broken down below today that lower anchored VWAP line. My issue would be that, if I look left on the daily, that, it might be a little too much support. I'd like to see it a lot cleaner, until you see the next low. Okay, let's take a look at CRWD. Out of the range I look at, but so crowd strike. That's pretty ugly. That's pretty ugly today, isn't it? Wow. So did it have any news today? Okay, so Needham's got coverage and they're saying 170. Okay, fine. Even as Wall Street analysts praise the company's investor briefing. And so Piper Sandler has 180. I have well, I mean, you have some of these analysts are pretty bullish on it, but boy, I mean, I don't know what the guy said, but they didn't like it. That's a pretty big drop with that float. I have no idea. It's below below that VWAP, 128.57. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? When you read and you see some of these price targets and they're really high, and analysts praise Investor Day, et cetera, et cetera. Didn't matter. So obviously I have no idea if I get back up to 135 tomorrow or a few days now. I really don't know. I mean, where's the next low? 122? It got down to 125.70. The next low was 122.87. Yeah, it's a bit strange, the reaction. I don't know. Yeah, below the VWAP, meaning most are under, well, I wonder if we drew it, what does it look like here? Hard to see it. Yeah, it looks like I mean, right now, yeah, most investors are in a loss position because it's underneath the VWAP. You could attribute some of it to the market conditions for the first hour anyway, I suppose, because this stock certainly will probably follow the Dow or the SPY. So if the market rips higher tomorrow, I'd be probably watching that one to see if it follows. All right, catch up on a few things. Shady said he shorted Roblox. What it does at the VWAP, 45.23, 45.23. So it's just sort of hovering above it. All right. Well, what I'm kind of waiting for is maybe something showing up in the momentum scan. Okay. Like kind of like yesterday with the IFRX late in the afternoon, and see if we get some kind of something coming out of nowhere and just giving us a big pop. And then if that happens, let's see if we can find a way to trade it. Hmm. It's NGX. You're again the volume. The mean. Listen, it might pick up, but 61,000. That's why it's not going to show. The relative volume is fine, but that's why it's not going to show up in my on any of my scans. But yeah, all the volume, not all the volume, but most of the volume for the day is coming in right now. That's that's why we have you. Markets are closed on Friday. Yes, Michael Anthony. Yes, Good Friday. Yep, markets are closed on Friday. So this is tomorrow's the last day of the week. Yay! Ooh. Okay, top. Let's take a look at top here. I thought maybe might get a. It's already bounced from 467 to 517. That's a Hong Kong brokerage. Okay, didn't know that. Are you asking me if I have a price range? My range typically is under $30, typically, and nothing under $1. It doesn't mean I won't trade anything outside those. Well, I rarely, and I really mean it. I can't remember the last time I traded anything under $1. I'm look at the PPL as an example. I'm sort of interested in this one. I don't like the fact that 53 is there, but if it can get through that, it's had a nice day, a really nice day. Yeah, I don't think top was not shortable for me. I mean, I shouldn't say that. The alert happened at 12:02 Eastern. I don't know. I didn't see it then. I was on my break. I don't know if it was shortable then in Interactive Brokers. Definitely not now. Yeah, I mean, if they're not available immediately, I just forget about it. I'm not going to have them try to search for me or go through that. If they're not available immediately, then no, I just pass. Oof, guys, things have really slowed down. Let's take a look at Upstart. This is kind of interesting. Upstart on a daily chart looks like this is a red bar ignored. So yeah, this is a may not be exactly what's the high right there, 1646, 1643. So not quite, but here's your uptrend. Here's your pause, almost totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And here's your next candle being green. Now, I would say also, though, the fact that this is just a couple of pennies above the high there, I think it's more than made up for the fact that we have this bottoming tail, which means that, yeah, the sellers tried to get this down here, but at least the buyers closed it here, took control again and then they seem to be in control again. And then when you look left, it's got some room to 1758. So about $1. Interesting. So that's something that for those of you who might want to, that's not a recommendation, but maybe a swing or something, but it doesn't have that much room. That's the only issue. But even a day trade right now might be interesting. All sorts of news, of course, with Upstart. So, but I mean, it's crawled off the bottom of 13. Whoa, look at IFRX. I'm not in it anymore, but wow, this is making another move. So this could have that late day move. There's the high of the day, 728. I'm gonna back this weekly out. I think I know where it is, but we gotta back it out even further. Oh wow. Yeah, so you've got to go back to maybe I get a monthly out. Okay, so this month in almost 2 years, almost 3 years ago. Okay, this is June of 2020. So almost 3 years ago, these are the highs. So do you think something that happened 3 years ago is going to affect what's happening with that one today? I personally don't, but that's the beauty of it. Quite the week. Quite the week. The week meaning 3 days. Started off like nothing. Look at that. There's Monday, no reaction, and then all of a sudden, yesterday afternoon, late, huge reaction, and just continuation. But I'm sticking an alert at 7:25 and see if later on it just tears through that. You guys have been talking about Tesla, okay? TSLA. I don't look at Tesla at all, but other than when I see it mentioned, oh, I see it's not over 200 anymore. Okay. Well, you would think maybe that 176 would hold it on the daily chart, right around that area. Hmm. Yeah, 186.50. So it's underneath the VWAP right now. Tesla is 186.50 underneath the VWAP. Okay, WTER is having a bit of a move here. Big float. Next high looking left is a little over 2, so it's not interesting to me. Oh, eh, it's a gold play, right? HMY, is that Harmony? Yeah, Harmony Gold. You're looking to short this, I'm assuming, or revert to you must be looking to short this, right? Yeah, well, I mean, the next low looking left is 419. So what's gold doing itself? GLD? Yes, it's going to break 21, Ori. Okay. I know that was a rhetorical question. Just wish it were shortable for me. But even if it broke 21, it looks like it's got some support. I mean, look, if it took out 20, wow, I mean, look at this. Then the 200-day moving average is way down here at 17. I'll bet 3 days ago, nobody thought that this would be coming close. You know what? Isn't that interesting? Because I remember, and I, Captain, I remember somebody saying, I think when it was doing this, maybe 4 days ago, I'm going to wait for the 200-day moving average. Because that person's still in the room. And when we sort of scoffed, well, I didn't scoff, but I mean, Captain did. I know he was in this trade. Are you still in the room? You might get your wish. Mm-hmm. Trying to look at that option flow that you posted. Oh yeah, they're all taking a pounding. There's no play in them right now. Well, there's your 21. There's your 21 break. A little bit 2097. So guys, really all I'm really looking at right now is the IFRX in case it takes out that high of the day and starts to run from there. Um, we have a couple hours left. Well, and we have earnings season coming up pretty quickly, guys. There's Alcoa on the 19th. Let's take a look at Goldman Sachs. I know that what William considers April 18th. So so that week we're going to have the banks and Alcoa and all that, and then the following week we have some of the bigger ones. But as you know, where I like to see it is when we get the third and fourth tier companies releasing earnings. Those stocks that just are basically almost, excuse me, lying dormant for 3 months until their earnings day, and then all of a sudden they have earnings, and they're usually some fireworks, either upside or downside. I mean, look at DLO. I mean, jeez, you talk about a terrible earnings release, and it finally popped. $12, 12.72. Now this 13 could stall it. The other one I was looking at, guys, is that Pali, Pali. Little bit, it's so choppy though, man. Oh man, I like to see this thing. If it wants to take out a little bit of volume coming in. The VWAP is at 215, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. The highs of the day were 227, but looking left, you have 249, and then really looking left, you've got 365. And it did have some news. But a milestone payment made to them. When you say my symbol, are your symbol lists curated? Which symbol list are you talking about? Talking candlestick? But yeah, but when you say the symbol is curated, like the ones that are in the program, but we have so many different symbol lists, so I don't know what you mean. I mean, for instance, no, I doubt it. I doubt if they are curated the way you think anyway. You have to tell me. I think those symbol lists are probably, they're not symbol lists, they're top lists, right? And the top list is just looking at stocks that are meeting the criteria. I'd have to have more information. Like, where are you talking? We say a drop. Are you talking about this? Let me get to an alert window. Are you talking about, I click on configure and then symbol list? Are you talking about all these lists here? Because they're not curated. They're just made up of stocks that, like blockchain stocks or coronavirus stocks. They're not curated. They're just they're just made up of stocks in that sector. They're not curated though. Now, the idea then would be if you wanted to take a look at one of those lists and you attach it to a top list window or an alert window, and that's where you could put your filters in. Maybe a price range that you like, the minimum volume that you want, and other things. So in theory, you're sort of curating the list based on your filter requirements, if that makes sense. So updating, that's a different thing. So that's not the same as curating, really. It might be semantics. I'm not sure I know I don't look after the updating of the lists. That would be a question, that you can ask support at trade-ideas.com. I don't use those lists, so which I know it's a terrible answer. I don't mean it. The fact I don't use them is not the terrible answer, but I just don't know if there was somebody responsible for actually updating the list. I mean, the SPACs, of course, that'd be a tough one. I mean, somebody would have to be looking at the SPACs every single week and adding them. I mean, tough. I mean, somebody would have to do it, and I'm not sure that's happening. Well, I think of curation as being more of satisfying filters and things like that. But I mean, you're right. It's just semantics. Whereas that list is just, all the stocks that are in a sector. And if it trades one share today, it'll still be in the symbol list. To curate it though, you'd probably want to have, a minimum volume, things like that. Michael says they're there. Look at Pally, guys. Pally trying to make the little move. Give me a moment, please. I'm going to ask the question, actually. I will ask the question if anybody. I don't think anybody is doing it, talking. Because I've just asked the other traders. Nobody, the traders are not doing it. Okay, so I've asked the question. You don't have to ask the question. I have a feeling that nobody is. It's not like it's an ongoing thing. Yes, yes, the banks. I'm old school. I'm always looking at Alcoa AA as that used to be the one in which would kick off earnings season. So I guess you guys who have the add-on, so here are the add-ons. You have to open, I guess, have to open the multi-strategy or the Market Explorer window. Go to the VWAP strategies, and then when you click on them, they will load into this. No, okay. Well, I don't know what he's talking about. He's saying they are here. Ah, here. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, thank you, Pepe. Okay, I did not realize that. Okay, so now you can select the strategy right there. Okay, and change it. Okay, I kept looking to see, well, where are the rest of them? Probably more, I don't know, maybe the other way to do it with that used to be with that little down arrow. If there were more strategies here, you would see them. But okay, you know what I mean, right? So that little down arrow would have all the strategies underneath, and you could just pick it from there rather than having to do this, this, and this. But okay, all right, not the end of the world. But that's why you could have a tab list, right, of them. So that's what I probably maybe would have done just to make it a little simpler to find them rather than do this. I didn't even know that I didn't even know that. But I guess it kind of makes sense. I mean, now you can load every, you're not going to see those lines drawn, but I guess you can load anything now. But people have access to TI Strength and all that. The only thing they don't have access to right now in a standard subscription is the AVWAP. It will reset when you close the channel, exactly. So that's what I don't like, because what if you said, you know what? Well, okay, I mean, I guess nothing we. That's why it might be just a little bit easier if you had the tabs up here. And you can just kind of like what I did here. I mean, it's such a simple one, but right there. Okay, so I've got two compare counts in here. Movers to the upside, 300, 300, and then the same one, but with the relative volume. Okay. Also, that's what I use that's what I use in the pre-market with no relative volume. Okay, because obviously, and then I switch it over once the market opens. That's what I was talking about. So if I click on the down arrow, I would like to see all of those right here, and click. This channel is an add-on, Stuart. Yeah, this is an add-on, $49 per month. This is an add-on. You can still do your own anchored VWAPs, it's if you want to, but this is an add-on where it's going to automatically draw the lines, okay? And now that I understand, okay, there are going to be many more, well, I don't know about many more, but there will be more and more anchored VWAP strats built into here, including an intraday one, a couple of intraday ones. But this is an add-on, yes. But doesn't mean you can't do your own. When I say your own, doesn't mean you can't draw your own anchored VWAPs. I mean, that tool is still available. Right here, click on the pencil and then the little anchor. Okay, so you can draw your own. So there's one right there. Now, ooh, now the problem with it right now, though, is that it doesn't remain. So if I draw an anchored VWAP, for instance, right here, I'll go right in here. I draw an anchored VWAP and say put it at the bottom right there. Oops, I must not have selected it. So to draw it from there. So there it is. Now, it's confusing because I've got the same colors going, but there it is. Problem is, if I leave and I go to another alert, Dino, and then I come back to Pally, it's not there anymore. And they have to make it so that it remains. Like a price alert or something like that. Oops, it won't remain there. Okay, but you see how it's not there anymore. So that is really what has to happen. I mean, listen, the anchored VWAP drawn, I mean, there's nothing saying you can't do the same thing. Okay, I mean, there's nothing saying, and you can pick your own points from where you want to draw it. Now, Michael has figured out what he thinks are the best areas to draw them from, and Pepe, you know what? I've abandoned the idea of have it auto drawn. This doesn't really take that much more time to look at a chart and then do something, figure out where I want to draw it from, and do it instead of doing it in an auto fashion. I'm not sure that's really Michael's doing it because he's got some math behind it, but intraday, I'm not even sure what he would do. I mean, where's he going to draw it intraday? The highs of the day or the lows of the day? Like where? So, for instance, I could say, you know what? I want to draw it right there. That's not the low of the day, though. There's the low of the day, but I want to draw it right there as an example, and just to see what would happen, and then draw it right there, from the high, and have a little pinch set up. It really doesn't take that much time, and of course, it does stay in the trading view chart. All right, guys, let's see if this Pally has any legs at all. Taking out the high there, that could get it running. I'm in it at 223, so I'm in this one. Tight leash. Volume came in. That's what kind of got me interested. Volume came in. Fernando Rojas Elizondo. Great name. It's somebody in our YouTube room. I hope I didn't butcher it too much. Yeah, Bax is moving. I know you guys were just talking about it, right? Yeah, in the main room too. Look at this. Yeah, this has got some room for a big stock. 500 million in the float. Yeah, this is moving. Yeah, and as Real says, 20-day breakouts would not show up in mine. A couple of reasons out of the price range. Also, the volume, the relative volume is not high enough. That does not mean it's not good. It just means that I'm going to have a limited number of stocks in here, which is exactly what I do like. But no question, if you don't mind trading these a little more expensive ones. I mean, that's a great looking gap. $46 next high looking left. All right, guys, winding this down a little bit. Actually, I thought it was later. I thought it was 2:40. It's 2:20. Okay, so, well, I'm getting set to, wow, look at PTGX. Last time I saw this was still trying to hold 18. Got down to 1764. This has to be watched tomorrow as a potential bounce candidate. I mean, they raised a lot of money, $100 million at $20. Their market is punishing them for that right now. Hey, this is on the move here, guys. I think SCL, yeah, look at SCLX. Now, I saw this, had the alert earlier. I just didn't click on it. SCLX at 217, the price was 1029. And here's the repeating version of the momentum scan. So this is it. I mean, this is sort of one of those late day breakers. This had some news yesterday. Sorrento announces court order requiring Info and Silex shares. Well, this is, I mean, that's a great move from 9 to almost 11. The next high looking left is 1083. What did it get to? Got up to 1074, very close. And look at IFRX, guys, getting closer and closer to the high of the day as we have less than about an hour and a half left to trade here. DLO must have showed up on your scan reel, on your breakdowns. Must have shown up. Oh, you're back to real. No more relax. I'm going to find you in an ornery mood now going forward. Julio, probably, well, I know why it didn't show up, but let's take a look at the price of a TWLO. Yeah. Funny, the relative volume would have prevented it too, not just the price. So LMNL, you know that's a potential buyout, unsolicited. You know that, right? Excuse me, Cam. But look at SCLX. This was the one, guys. This was that late day runner that I was talking about that could happen. GCI. Yeah, nice. Obviously, another nice one on the 10-day daily breakdown. Interesting that the relative volumes are not that high for these. What's your minimum? Is it two? Is it in your scan two, or do you even have it? Boy, look at SCLX. I mean, look at this thing go. This was the one, guys. I know I said there could be one later on in the day. This is it. And it's not a crazy low float, 81 million in the float. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on this one. Surprised it hasn't been halted. Seemed to me that looked like a fast enough. Look at this thing go. I know I keep saying it, but look at it go. Holy smokes. Anybody get any news on this? I mean, I know there was something yesterday with Sorrento. Sorrento, court-entered order requiring the top 25 brokers, dealers, banks, and other nominees that act as agents for Sorrento holders to provide information related to Silex stock. That was yesterday. Okay, that was yesterday. And this looks like the first time I can see that's at 149. Okay. But all I know is that this has just ran away from me. All-time high now. Again, if the question is going to be, well, where could we have seen this? Well, a lot of different scans, of course, but the first time in this particular scan, the momentum scan at 217 and at 1029. Now you may say, well, I want to see it earlier. Well, you can see it earlier if you reduce the filter values, but even at 1029, I mean, this got up to what, 1235. Amazing. Especially when it's not a crazy, crazy low float situation. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, at some point, you think it's going to be a big, some profit taking has to happen. Yeah, I know it has something to do with Sorrento. I just can't quite, just reading that headline or that press release, and I really have to spend some time trying to figure out what it actually meant. That's not Sorrento. Is that still Sorrento? Or are they gone belly up? SRNA, or is that is not just loading for some reason? Ah, okay. Okay. So this company is bankrupt. So now, I mean, man, I remember Sorrento. So now it's a Q. Okay. SRNEQ. Okay. Oh man, wow. Well, it's interesting that this look at so there's the pullback finally for SCLX. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, yeah, I mean, the overwhelming temptation, of course, is to chase these things. And you see something like this, and say, okay, tomorrow when I see something like this, I'm going to chase it. And you know what happens? Yeah, maybe it moves up a dime or 20 cents for you, and then it just tanks. So it's really hard. It's very hard to resist the temptation sometimes. When you see these sort of moves, when there's no, I mean, arguably you could have said, okay, maybe the break over 10, maybe. It was following the VWAP all the way up. Meanwhile, DLO is making another new low. DLO, another new low. Continue to wait for Pally to see if it has a pop here. Taking its time, that's for sure. Where can I find a tutorial to configure the downward thrust? Where is that alert? Well, J and J. So I'm just I'm trying to answer a question in our YouTube room. It's just outside the price range, Shabs, that I normally follow. I put this on the watch list this morning for people who don't mind, looking at stocks like this. I know it had the big settlement, 8.9 billion over what, 25 years. So that's their settlement. But yeah, I don't typically trade them, but I will point them out. And Pfizer, the other one, I saw Pfizer earlier also. It's just a personal preference. It's just a preference. Just outside the price range that I normally trade. So where is the Reynolds? Where is the downward thrust? Excuse me. Is it in a channel or I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room? I know I sort of recognize it as something but where is it though? Okay. Okay. Is this an alert? I see what you mean. I think I see what you mean. It's nothing I don't use, but let's take a look at what it says. Downward. Okay, downward thrust. Downward thrust. I've never used these. Let's take a look. Click on help and see what it says about it. Okay, so I really can't add any more to it. When you say try a tutorial to configure, did you click on the help? This alert shows when a stock's 8-period SMA and its 20-period SMA have been going up, each of them for the last 5 periods. In this particular case, in this one, this is a 2-minute. So this shows a trend lasting at least 10 minutes. This alert will report again if the SMAs continue going up for a total of 8 periods. It will report again at 13, 21, and other Fibonacci numbers. Okay, you can filter these alerts based on the suddenness of the moves. See below. So obviously this is, so you have your different time frames. Okay, I've never used this. But see below for details. So you can filter these alerts based on the suddenness of the move. If the stock takes off in one direction or the other, but the 200-period SMA is flat, then this move is considered very sudden. The flatter the 200-day, the closer. So I see. So you can put a quality. Okay. So did you read all this? Because now really all you have to do is choose whatever period you want, and then create whatever price range you want. and maybe a minimum volume and things like that, but I can't really expand on this anymore than what the help menu is doing. Okay, so what is the question then? If you've already done that, if you've already created something, then what would be the question exactly? Like a tutorial. My guess is that because the only real option you have, let me just, is the suddenness. That's the only option you've got, okay? And so as it's saying, in the see below for details, you can filter the alerts based on the suddenness of the move. And so I would just, read through this and then just, what I would do? I would just play around with certain values and see what sort of alerts you get and do they make sense to you? I don't think there's any tutorial on this whatsoever. I haven't, you know what, let's see, since 2010, you're the first person to ask me anything about this one. I've never heard anybody using these. Anybody in the room using this? The downward thrust, upward thrust? Well, that's what I would do. I would just, play around with the values and see what sort of alerts you get. But there was no video on this. So most of the alerts will have a value above 90. So I don't know, put 80 in there. I don't know, and see what happens. Are you talking about a price range, Reynolds? I mean, that's up to you. I mean, a price range will be up to you. What are you comfortable? Like, what price range are you comfortable if that's what you're talking about? So are you talking about a price range? Yeah, I mean, the price range has to be up to you. It's like somebody asked me in the other room, did I look at Johnson and Johnson, J&J? And I talked about it in the pre-market, but J&J is just out of the price range that I like to trade. Oh, the value range. Okay, the value range. We'll put 90. Yeah, put 90, and the best thing is experiment with it. See what sort of alerts you get, and are they, do they make sense to you? Is it something that you can consider trading? If 90 isn't, put 80 just to see. There's no tutorial though. It's one of those alerts that I'm surprised it still exists, to be honest. I don't know anybody who's used it. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. It just means that it's a question that I don't think anybody that I can remember has asked about. Well, I'm out of my GME short. Somebody asked. I'm out of it now. I was going to get back into it if it got near the low of the day, but I'm out of it now. Why is the reference to the 200-day moving average? I don't know. I mean, for some reason that seems to be important. Let me do it again. It's all to do with the suddenness of the move. You can filter these alerts based on the suddenness of the move. So if the 200 period SMA is flat, then this move is considered very sudden. The flatter the SMA, the closer the quality will be to 100. So I guess what you want, I don't know why, I'd have to think about it, but I mean, I guess what they're saying is that if the 200 period moving average is basically flat, then that's a better use of it. I guess you just have to accept it. Okay, you know what I mean? Like you just have to sort of accept the fact that what you want is a basically flat SMA while the other ones are doing their thing. Oh, you're talking here. Okay, so this is something I did in the simulator. Okay, Shabs, a couple of maybe even a week and a half ago. Okay, this was in the simulator. So I took that short of GME at 22.94. I'm just leaving it in. I just think this is going to zero. I'm kidding a little bit, but I'm just going to leave it in. But this is something I did in our simulator. I thought you were referring to the actual trade I took today. I did take the short of GME today at 21.75, and I thought that's what you meant. I'm out of it now. But I'm just sort of, thinking that this has a chance to really fill this void. Okay, so that's why I took it up here in that 22.94. I can't remember what day that was, but whatever day that was. And I'm just going to keep it in there for a while. Could be weeks, could be months. But this is in the simulator. Okay, Pally, I don't know if you're going to do it, but okay, guys. So it's 2:52. So typically, what I do about now is just put myself on mute, and I'm still here. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute. But again, if you have a question, don't be shy. I will hop right back on the mic and answer you if it requires my getting back on the mic. Back on the mic. I'm out of the Pally long. Don't like it. Didn't work. Took a little loss on it. Yeah, so I'm not a big, talking about UNG, I mean, I don't trade ETFs essentially. So the natural gas fund, UNG, so I don't trade this one at all. Okay. And why is it not loading? Ooh, I'm hung up. Am I hung up? Didn't like my putting UNG in. Thanks a lot, Shabs. No, this is rarely does this happen. I get hung up, but not for this sort of reason, just by putting in a symbol. But I am hung up. I caught fire. All right, well, no problem. Let's do the task manager, get out of it. Yeah, I'm hung up. I can't get, that's okay. Now it's going to take a little bit longer because now I've got an updated version to go through. Okay, Frank, I can answer your question. Give me a moment as I reload trade ideas. And believe it or not, guys, I am actually looking at that SCLX. If it takes out 13 and runs, all right. Let me put one back, put UNG in again, and if it, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I'm really the wrong person I mean, this is what do you think is going to happen with natural gas? I know that William had this as a long for quite a while, but it's just sort of fading. So I'm really the wrong person. There might be some natural gas players still in the room because this is all about what you think. And it's being an ETF and all that. And I don't know what is a double or a triple or just a single. But there might be okay, it's just a single. So there might be some players in the room. I'm just not one of them. I mean, boy, this is right at a lifetime low. So Boyle is the three timer. Okay. So maybe somebody, whoop, just a minute. Just a minute. Now I'll answer your question in just a moment there, Frank. Okay. Just give me one moment. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. The SCLX. Maybe a good thing, but and now the spread is pretty crazy. It would have been a quick trade for me. I was just looking for a very quick trade. I was trying to get in at 13.15, and it popped up to what, 13.45. Oh well. Okay, Frank. So I've I just signed up for Trade Ideas and would like to know, how do you start your day trading on pre-market? Okay, well, first of all, I don't trade the pre-market that often. Okay, I don't trade the pre-market that often. Every now and then I will trade the pre-market. Um, what I do, my pre-market routine is based on. So this is my. Let me get rid of the writing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, now it's still running right now, but this is my pre-market actives up and down. Excuse me. So whenever I turn on Trade Ideas, this is what I'm looking at, and this will tell me the stocks that are moving either up or down in the pre-market. Now, I don't trade the pre-market that often, though. Okay, it's every now and then, if I see something that really makes sense, I might do it, but I really don't trade the pre-market that often. One of the reasons is that I cannot concentrate on trading that much in the pre-market. I'm doing a lot of things, getting set for the day. So it's not that I can just sort of sit down and just kind of concentrate on trying to find something to trade in the pre-market. Boy, oh boy, this I mean, what a run for this SCLX. So yeah, so I'm just not the right person to ask about trading in the pre-market. I mean, the one thing that if I could concentrate a little bit more on trading in the pre-market, probably what I would be looking at are some of these crazy little bios that pop up on phase one or phase two, and they go crazy in the pre-market, and then 9 times out of 10 they'll just fade once the market opens, or even. Oh yes, sorry guys, rush. Oh my goodness. Not halted either. Boy. And trading the pre-market is not easy. I mean, it's easier now, I'd say, in the last 5, 6 years, 10 years than it ever used to be, only because yes, there's a lot more activity in the pre-market. Okay. It used to be, though, you only have a handful of stocks that had any volume. I mean, now there are enough stocks that if you're really, really bound and determined, you might be able to find some. But this is what I would do. You can use the pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, make sure there's enough volume, and then you can start look. Sorry, guys. I mean, this is ridiculously exciting for me here. Okay. Does that kind of answer your question, Frank? And you can have these two, the pre-market actives up and down. They are part of my homepage. Oh, brother. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see the scan section, and there they are, pre-market actives up and down. So that'll give you at least some stocks that you can look at to trade in the pre-market, because the ones that are super active, I mean, it almost doesn't matter the fact that it's a pre-market. I mean, they usually have enough volume that it makes sense. Okay. So, well, then once the market opens, of course, there's no guarantee that these things are going to do exactly what they did in the pre-market. I always wait about 15 minutes anyway, before I start trading because I like to see things settle down a little bit. But, I have some other scans here. I mean, I love, this particular scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. I don't know if you're into shorting. Look at this showed up earlier even, just these two scans right there. And that's what they're called, the 10-day daily breakdowns and up. Personally, I really focus on those. But if you're new to trading, I don't know if you're new to trading or just trade ideas, because if you're new to trading, you're going to have some, some background about trading, reading candlesticks and chart patterns, etc. Like, what is going on? I just don't know what's going on with this thing. I don't see any news, no news on this. Just this court order yesterday requiring info on Silex shares. I mean, that's a more astonishing news or move than the IFRX yesterday on a percentage basis. So, Frank, are you new to trading also, or just new to trade ideas? Just new to trade ideas. Okay. Well, oh my goodness. Can this take out 15? Rhetorical question, of course. Yes. Oh, all-time high. So if you're not new to trading, then you can take a look at the pre-market list, and that'll tell you the stocks that are moving in the pre-market, and a lot of them. I'd be checking to see what sort of news there is for them. Is it an earnings play? If it's an earnings play, probably be active all day. It does it have some very specific news to it? Probably would be active all day. I'd also be, the way I would be trading, I'd be looking left to see what sort of room the stock has. Look left here. If it wants to keep going on a daily chart or a weekly chart, things like that. That's how I trade anyway. Yeah, at some point we're going to have our test drive. I just don't know when it's going to be. It's a 10 trading day. So yeah, 2 weeks. It's 10 trading days. Wow, this is insane. What's this? I mean, 81 million in float. I mean, this is trading like it's got 500,000 shares in the float. And the spread is not even like terrible for a stock that's moving this quickly. So KR, are you still in the room, in our YouTube room, KR? I know you sent an email. I cannot, I'm not a trading coach as such, okay? So, hi, KR. So I saw you sent something. So, I mean, all we did, we talked about when I was talking to Chris and just saying, don't trade in the first 15 minutes, things like that. Um, but I'm not a trading coach, I'm not a mentor. I don't do that. We talked about only having maybe two trades open at the same time. Meanwhile, on the downside, look at Pro Kidney. Who's not for kidneys? Anyway, Pro Kidney is absolutely getting hammered. It's almost like this is the flip side of the other one. Oh, look at my. And is this shortable? No, I'm not doing anything now, guys. I'm gonna settle down. Oh no, believe me, I'm not overstaying. And here I was waiting for IFRX to break out over 7. I thought that was going to be the big one, to end the day. But if you recall what I said, if it takes out 13, which was the high, I said this could get really going again, which is right down here. That was the high before. It was 1309. It could take it out again. I said this could get really going again. Did I know it was going to go up to almost 17? Of course not. But it is amazing, how many stocks, and that's why I was looking at the IRFX. It's amazing how many stocks, when they take out the high of the day in the last hour, how they can just get ripping again, assuming they've got room looking left. Okay, assuming they've got that room that they can keep running to until like they hit some new high. I've just seen it time and again. Okay, guys, it's just about time for me to wrap this up. Are there any last minute questions? I mean, I'll stay as long as there are questions, but if there are no more questions, I think I'll just wrap this up. Yeah, I mean, the reason though for AI dumping SP? Do you know the reason? I mean, there is actually a reason. It's because a company called Carsdale, that is one of those notorious short sellers, they came out with a real scathing report on them, and that just caused the stock to crater. Basically accusing them, I mean, they didn't come out and say fraud, but basically accusing them of fudging numbers. And Carousel has had a reputation. So when they speak, we listen. I didn't listen enough yesterday. Basically saying that, AI is presenting themselves as a subscription style company, and they're saying, no, you're not. You're more of a consultant. And they really haven't come out, even though they had a muted response, they really haven't come out and defended in a big way yet. That just drove all those other AI plays that had been really rocking. That just destroyed the sector for a while anyway. So when you say link your account, you can link it to Thinkorswim in terms of clicking on the alert, and then it'll load into your brokerage platform. Okay, Frank? If that's what you're talking about. Is that what you mean by link my account to Thinkorswim? Is that what you meant? Okay, so what I would do is this. There is a script that somebody will give to you. I don't have Thinkorswim, okay, so I can't demonstrate it, but it's some. You would start off from here. If you click on tools and then external linking, you will see that there is a way in which you can link it, not just to Thinkorswim, but you just follow the instructions. But what I would do is go to support. Actually, you probably go to the homepage. I think there are people there right now, and they'll give you a script at how you do it. Because I think you have to run Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas, both run as administrators or administration mode. And let me just give you the homepage though, okay? Okay, so if you click on the homepage link, and then you'll see a little balloon will pop up, questions and answers. Yeah, so click on the balloon and then ask, and just say, hey, how do you link to Thinkorswim? Yeah, I know I know there is a script out there. I just don't have it handy. And it's really nice because, if you're like me, I mean, I'm clicking on many, many symbols all day long. So I've got a link set up with Interactive Brokers. So when I click on the symbol, it just loads right into my order entry. So it's a nice time saver for sure. Yeah, you too, Paradox. I think I'm ready to wrap this up now. Again, if there are any questions, I will stick around. I don't have a problem sticking around. Usually there's not too much happening at the end. Oh, can't wait for tomorrow. What stock is going to come out of nowhere tomorrow? I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this was doing nothing all day. And the first little move was at 1:30 Eastern time. That was the very, very first little move, a little breakout. Maybe even here, you might even say here, mild one at 12:15, little base. And then all of a sudden, what a move. So remember, guys, the market's closed on Friday, so tomorrow is the last day of trading for the for the week. So the markets are closed on Friday. So that may be why we may not see something go crazy, Thursday afternoon, just because the market's closed the day after. Do I know when anchored VWAP will be added TI for web? No, I don't know. I cannot tell you a specific date. All I can tell you is that the push is to make the web virtually the same as the downloadable application. That's what the push is. But when that's going to happen, I don't know. Sorry, I can't. I have no. Now you're using the web. You're using the web because you have what, a Mac, or you're on a tablet of some sort. Mark, because we do get the question every now and then, what is better to use, the web-based version or the downloadable application? I mean, no question, the downloadable application is the way to go. If you have a PC, 100% use that. The web-based version, it's okay in a pinch, it's okay. The web-based version, I mean, if you want to practice trading using our Brokerage Plus, you want to have the races, you want to have the ease of moving things around, like this, the application is way. Oh, Mark, if you have both, 100% get used to using the PC, okay, or the downloadable application, okay? No question. It's it has a different feel and look, and it's, to me, it's a lot easier also, okay? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can bring up the web, and I mean, look, I mean, the web it's okay. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you're and I'm not talking necessarily just to you, but I mean, if you're a person that doesn't trade that much, I mean, here it is, okay? So yeah, pre-market. I mean, it does it does a lot of the things, but you're right. The anchored VWAP is not here. Sectors, he's got all the channels, but if I want to move this, well, especially if you have more than one monitor, okay? I mean, that's, you see, you can't take it out. I mean, I shouldn't even be showing you this. Absolutely use the app, okay, instead of the web-based version if you have the app access to it, okay? Did we? Many did. If you're asking if I did, I didn't. You're talking about the AI short. I hemmed and hawed. I just didn't. Obviously, if I'd known it was, would have that destruction in it, but I sort of hemmed and hawed on it, and so I did not get the short on the AI. But many in the room did. All right, guys. I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. So another exciting day. Took a while, but boy, that what an exciting end on that SCLX. Give me a moment. Copy. Give me a moment. Having problems copying here. Okay, so I'll open the main room at no later than 8 o'clock. So from 8 to 9, you can talk amongst yourselves, and then I'll get on all the rooms at 9 o'clock on the mic. Okay. Well, have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Now I'll shut down our YouTube room. Same to you guys. I'll be live on the mic at 9.